All right. Okay, Shirley, go ahead.
Good morning, good afternoon, I guess it is now. Need to have it quiet so people can hear me?
Turn that up a little.
Can you people in the back hear me enough to be quiet? Okay, very good. I have a short and sweet message today, since we're hoping the rain doesn't come, but we want to get as much done as we can. The first thing I want to make is just a general unfounded rumor, but my son called and said that they've had a major hack on one of the pipelines, north-south pipeline. He said, be sure your gas tank is full. So just a word to the wise, if they're right, you might want to fill your gas tank up before it goes to $5 a gallon, which is what they're looking at in New Orleans today. So anyway, I think everybody has been aware of the fact that there have been a lot of emergencies going on, a lot of times when people can't leave their house or they must leave their house, either one. So I just want to say that it's critically important that you have your go bag put together. If you need help getting it together, let me know. There are a lot of ways you can help your parents or yourselves, whatever, filling it up. They make the little things that go in it are inexpensive. They make good birthday, Mother's Day, Father's Day, Christmas presents, all sorts of things. So there's no excuse not to have a go bag and have it ready, because things happen very quickly and you don't have time to put it together when the news starts saying that the disaster has already happened. So, and of course, don't forget the toilet paper. Absolutely critical. And it was the first thing that people started hoarding. And it may come up again, so you don't need to hoard it, but you do need to be sure you have a reasonable supply so that you don't have to go and use the old Sears catalog. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shirley. Okay. The clerk advises me we do have a quorum. So I think we can get started. A couple preliminary matters. I need the counters to come forward to be sworn in. We'll get that out of the way. And I'm also, I didn't see him out there, but is Mr. Rahula here? Okay. Oh, yeah, he is. All right. Let's swear the counters in first, right? Yeah.
Can we go over here and swear them in?
Yeah, right over there. Okay, we have Bill Coulter, Greg Galeota, Joan Watkowitz, and who else did I tap? Oh, I think Joe. Yeah, either that or I don't know where Joe is. So, all right, Ano, you want to do it?
Joe is here.
Ano Calpe will do it. Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. Next, I'll ask the clerk for a return of the warrant. Then we call it.
That's me. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Pursuant to the within warrant, I have notified and warned the inhabitants of the town of Townsend by posting up attested copies of the same at Memorial Hall, 272 Main Street at the center, West Townsend Fire Station, 460 Main Street in West Townsend, Police Communications Center, 70 Brookline Road, North Middlesex Regional High School, 19 Main Street, and Harbor Church, 80 Main Street, at least 7 days before the date of the meeting. However, there's a mistake in this. It was at the at the Harbor Fire Station, North Middlesex Regional High School. Signed, Michelle Dold, Constable of Townsend.
Okay, there being a return of the warrant and there being a quorum, I'll declare the annual town meeting of 2021 open. Thanks. I didn't do that much. First, one of our administrative matters. Well, actually, is Chief Sartell here? Chief? I wasn't able to, I was a bit tardy getting things together and didn't get the scouts to get here because they had other engagements. So would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Right up. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Chief. And Hartley, I'm sorry I forgot to give you a reminder. We're underway, right?
It's okay, I know.
I figure you've been to a few of these rodeos, right? The next thing we need to do, I guess announce to everyone, of course, this is being recorded and broadcast to anyone at home that's watching. Another preliminary matter we need to do is I would like to appoint Jean Rahula as the Deputy Moderator. And we can do that if you will all say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you, Jean. I suppose you got to be sworn in too, don't you? I already been. Yeah. Just in case. All right. So we can, while Madam Clerk is doing that, I guess I should announce or introduce everyone. I think everybody's pretty familiar with our cast of characters here. We have I'll start on the left, my left. I think Don Hayes, the Finance Committee, Jerry Lynn Bozikas, Lynn Pinkerton, and Stephen Sheldon, our Finance Committee, members present, and of course, everyone knows our Town Clerk, Kathleen Spofford, and our Deputy Moderator, Jean Rahula. Now we have the Board of Selectmen, Veronica Kell, Joe Shank, and Chaz Sexton Duranian. Our Town Council, Adam Costa, and our Town Administrator, Jim Kreidler. And I guess myself, John Barrett, Moderator. All right, so again, the visitors, please sit up here in the front in this section over here. We will conduct the meeting according to town meeting time. That's a book of parliamentary procedure for town meetings. It asks that you be recognized before you speak. I'll try to, it's a little bit dark under the tent there, but if I don't see you, wave your hand vigorously. Please direct all your comments and questions to me, the chair. All motions must be in writing and brought to the clerk. If a matter is finally voted, it may be reconsidered today upon a majority vote if a motion is made for reconsideration. If the meeting goes to another night, it would require a 9/10 vote to reconsider any matter considered today, or if it goes to another day. If a vote tally is questioned by 7 people, the counters will be brought out to take an actual vote. If you have any confusion about what's going on, you can rise to a point of order. I'll try to recognize you. You can interrupt the speaker, but I'd ask that you do so judiciously, and we'll try to address your point of order. Once I recognize you, state your point of order, and then we'll try to straighten things out. If there's any problems with your being able to hear or what's going on, or there's a distraction of any sort, you can rise to a point of privilege. Again, you can interrupt the speaker and state what your point of privilege is. I think everyone's familiar with motions to move the question. A motion to move the question cuts off debate. It is not debatable in itself. If the motion to move the question is approved by a majority vote, we will then vote on the article, the main article before us. Again, ask everyone to be courteous, avoid any personality issues, and keep applause to a minimum. Looks like I did things a little out of order. I don't think it matters. We already did the return of warrant. So, where is there's a lot before us here today. So where is the warrant? Someplace.
In the budget book. Page 45.
A lot more handouts than I thought. Okay, here we go. In the budget book?
No, the big budget book.
Wait a minute. Here it is. Kathy or somebody
The
prepared me for it.
motions are under here, if you want the motion.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not used to having such a small podium.
You need to use any of this, Jonathan.
Okay, here we go. So, I think I've declared the town meeting open. That's the annual town meeting. We need a motion now to go into the special town meeting. Is there a motion to adjourn the annual town meeting and take up the special town meeting? Second. All those in favor say aye. Okay, special town meeting is convened. Article 1, the special town meeting warrant. To see if the town will vote to transfer from free cash in the treasury the sum of $2,340 for the purpose of paying prior fiscal year bill for Media News Group. Is there a motion?
Do I need to read the return warrant or no?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, for the special. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to read the warrant for the return of the warrant for the special town meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Pursuant to the within warrant, I have notified and warned the inhabitants of the town of Townsend by posting up attested copies of the same at Memorial Hall, 272 Main Street at the center, West Townsend Reading Room, 264 Dudley Road in West Townsend, Police Station 70 Brookline Road, Harbor Fire Station 41 Main Street, and Harbor Church 80 Main Street at least 14 days before the date of the meeting, as within directed. Constable Michelle Dold.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. The special town meeting is convened, and I don't think I need to read Article 1 again. Is there a motion?
Yes. I move that the town vote to transfer from free cash in the
What?
treasury.
Hold on. You got to get it right up, I guess.
All right, I'll try again. I move that the town vote to transfer from free cash in the treasury the sum of $2,340 for the purpose of paying prior fiscal year bill for Media News Group.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Anything to be said? Not hearing any or seeing any hands. I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. Article 2, to see if the town will vote to transfer from free cash in the treasury the sum of $88,959 for the purpose of offsetting fiscal year 21 snow and ice deficits under the provisions of Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 31D. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that the town vote to transfer from free cash in the treasury the sum of $88,959 for the purpose of offsetting fiscal year 21 snow and ice deficit under the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 31D.
Motion made and seconded. Anything to be said? Not seeing any. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. It's unanimous. Article 3, to see if the town will vote to reallocate $65,000 that was appropriated in the fiscal year 21 capital plan for a microwave link to be used for fire and police communications.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to reallocate $65,000 that was appropriated in the fiscal year 21 capital plan for a microwave link to be used for fire police communications.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Anything to be said? Not seeing any. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Unanimous. Article 4, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $9,000 from the ambulance receipts reserve account to replace 3 recalled 4 pumps for the fire EMS department, or IV pumps? Okay, sorry, that's my Latin upbringing. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to appropriate $9,000 from the ambulance receipts reserved account to replace 3 recalled IV pumps for the fire EMS department.
Okay. I don't want to change the terminology there. Okay, there's a second? Yeah, okay. All those in, any debate, sorry, don't want to cut you off. Trying to move through this. I don't see any hands, so we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. It's unanimous. Thank you. Article 5, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Recreation Commission to enter into a short-term 7-week lease rental covering 6 weeks of summer rec and 7 total days for setup, takedown with rent to be paid through COVID funding, not town tax base. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to authorize the Recreation Commission to enter into a short-term 7-week lease rental covering 6 weeks of summer rec and 7 total days for setup, takedown with rent to be paid through the COVID funding, not town tax base.
Motion made and seconded. All those in, sorry again. Anything to be said? I don't see any. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. It's unanimous. Okay. I think that brings us to the annual town meeting. I'll entertain a motion to dissolve the special town meeting and return to the annual. All right. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The special town meeting is adjourned and the annual is reconvened. Okay, lest I make a mistake, I'm going to have to stop again to... I've been reading off of the motions, so I want to make sure I'm not missing something that's in the article. So, again, where is it? In this?
Page 45 in that
Page
book.
45, okay. There we go, okay. All right, Article 1. Thank you, Jim. To see if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to appoint all town officers unless other provisions are made by the Massachusetts general law, by town charter, or by vote of the town, or take any other action in relation thereto. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to appoint all town officers unless other provisions are made by Mass General Law, by town charter, or by vote of the town.
Second. Could I ask the Board of Selectmen, if you're making motions, that one of you second the,
We can do that.
your comrades, just so I'm not searching out in the audience for a second?
That's fine.
It might speed things up a little. Okay, motion made and seconded. Anything to be said? Not seeing any. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. It's unanimous. Article 2, to see if the town will vote to hear the reports of any committees, boards, commissions, etc., or take any other action in relation thereto. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I vote that the town vote to hear reports of any committees, boards, commissions, etc.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Anything to be said? Anyone want to hear a report? I guess not. All right. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 3, to see if the town will vote to choose a committee of 3 West Townsend residents to serve as members of the James H. Tucker Fund in accordance with the bequest for the sole purpose to keep the curbing, gravestones, and monuments in good order or take any other action in relation thereto.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to choose a committee of three West Townsend residents to serve as members of the James H. Tucker Fund in accordance with the bequest for the sole purpose to keep the curbing, gravestones, and monuments in good order.
Second.
Okay. Motion is made and seconded. Is there a list of candidates for the... Yes, Ms. Hayman.
The 3 candidates would be residents of West Townsend, Kenneth Morgan, Lisa Lawan, and Pamela Hayman to serve as the committee of the
Hold on, Pam, I don't think anyone can hear you. We need,
Go up to the mic, right in the front.
yeah, the microphone up front.
Well, it doesn't work with this, sorry. Okay. Okay, so I move to vote to choose a committee of 3 West Townsend Village residents, Kenneth Gherkin, Lisa LaWand, and Pamela Heyman, to serve as members of the James H. Tucker Fund in accordance with a bequest for the sole purpose of keeping the Kirby gravestones and monuments in good order.
Okay, the candidates have been nominated. Anything to be said? All right, all those in favor of the motion appointing, I guess, Lisa LaWand, Pam Heyman, and Ken Gherkin, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, it's unanimous. Article 4. I move, I'm sorry, I'm not back to the motions again. Here we go. Where are we here? Okay, to see if the town will vote to pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half, as most recently amended, to 1, establish the following revolving funds for fiscal year 2022, specifying the department receipts to be credited to each fund, the departmental purposes or programs for which each fund may be expended, and the entity authorized to expend each fund, fiscal year spending limits, such bylaw to provide as follows. I'm not going to read the whole thing with your permission, unless there's an objection. I believe the amounts are all before you. I'll just recite the departments. Or the revolving fund is recycling, recreation, facilities maintenance, cemetery, fire alarm, animal care program, inspectional services, fire EMS, police, conservation, and another fire EMS. And the amounts for each revolving fund are listed in the warrant. So I'm going to avoid that. And is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote pursuant to the provisions of General Law, Chapter 44, subsection 53E and a half, as most recently amended, to 1, establish the following revolving funds for fiscal year 2022, specifying the departmental receipts to be credited to each fund, the departmental purposes or programs for which each fund may be expended, and the entirety authorized to expend each fund, fiscal year spending limits, such by law to provide as follows. And that would be what's written in your programs.
Okay. I'm going to, motion made, thank you, Madam McHale. Motion made and seconded. And again, without objection, unless there is an objection, I don't think it's necessary to read all the amounts and the revolving fund unless someone wants that to be read. Is there any objection to that? Okay, no objection. Town Council, is that satisfactory?
That's acceptable.
Okay, thank you. I want to double check that. Okay, is there anything to be said on the article, on the motion for the revolving funds? Okay, doesn't appear to be any questions, so we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. All right, the ayes have it, it's unanimous. Article 5, to see if the town will vote, okay, this is the biggie. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate and transfer from available funds in the Treasury such sums that be necessary to defray the charges and expenses of the town for fiscal year 2022 pursuant to a detailed budget totaling $24,199,382, or take any other action in relation thereto. All right, in our practice, we have gone through the budget by taking each section at a time. I'll ask if there's any questions about anything in the section, the functional segments, if you will. If there aren't any questions, we'll vote that section and then move on to the next one. If there are questions, we'll try to deal with them as they come up. So the first section is general government for a total of $1,513,954. Is there any questions or comments on general government?
Do we need to make a
Oh,
motion?
yeah, you do. Sorry. Yeah, we need a motion. Sorry.
And so do you want me to read all this, or how do you want me to do this?
No, just the motion to adopt the budget. We don't.
It should include the available funds, the asterisks the motion should include this chart, that's all.
Okay,
Oh,
so I'll read
okay.
that part as well. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
And then the total, I'll read the grand total, and then you'll take over for each
Right,
section.
then we'll do the
All right.
debate.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate and transfer from available funds in the Treasury the following: from the fund Title 5 MWPAT, supplement to the MWPAT debt repayment, $27,538. From the West Townsend Reading Room Fund to supplement funding to operate the West Townsend Reading Room, $2,900. From the Ambulance Receipts Reserve Fund, supplemental funding to operate the EMS, $430,000. And from the Water Enterprise Fund for supplemental funding to cover water overhead, $300,204.28. Such sums that may be necessary to defray the charges and expenses of the town for fiscal year 2022 pursuant to a detailed budget totaling $24,199,382 in the functional segments as described.
Second.
Okay, motion on the budget has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion, again, on the first section, or first functional segment is general government? Any questions? Back there, I think, Ms. Messing? If you could come forward and use the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Heidi Messing, Proctor Road. I have several questions on this section. First of all, on line 2, can someone explain what Collins Center means? It's in there in a few places.
Question comes on the motion. Ms. Kell?
The Collins Center, I believe they're out of UMass, and they were contracted to review all of the job descriptions and the pay scale for the town of Townsend probably 2 years ago. I think that contract was, and they came back with a report about a year ago. And we have adopted both the job descriptions, we meaning the Board of Selectmen for the town, have adopted both the job descriptions and the pay scale for the town. So I don't know if that answers, but that's what the Collins Center is. So when it references Collins Center in the note, that means that we took all the positions, we reviewed all the positions in town, and we placed them in the appropriate place on the Collins wage matrix.
Okay, so this is these are recommendations from the Collins Center study, basically. On the adjustment of the wage matrix from the Collins Center study.
Yeah, that would be correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. That would explain the raise to the executive assistant?
That is correct, yeah.
I see.
We took everybody and put them at the next higher step, and I think that people probably didn't realize that there wasn't, well, some of these are non-union, some are union, but we put them at the next scale and gave everybody at least was it a 2% or a 3%? 3% increase.
Okay.
They had not had an increase in 2 fiscal years, even though it was reflected in the budget that we looked at town meeting.
Right.
It was not actually, the employees actually did not receive that pay. They were working off fiscal year 19, and
I
this
see.
budget is for fiscal year 22.
Okay, and can someone please explain line 5, wages settlements? And also line 6, temporary help.
I can go with that if you want. Line 5, the wages settlements, there were, at the time that this budget was made, there were contracted positions that had not yet been settled, and we needed to put in the budget the funds to allow for the increases if need be.
What positions were those?
Town administrator, fire chief, and police chief.
Settlements like legal settlements?
Oh, no. We used the word settlements, but it wasn't that. It was more agreements on wages, negotiations.
So some of this money is going to the town administrator and some other folks that's not reflected in their wage line up above?
Not exactly. Let me just look and see what line, fine, this was all.
It's page 48.
weeks.
Is what I'm looking at.
No, I'm looking for the, it's not, I guess yes, you could say yes. No, you got a 0%, but we did negotiate something else. But it was the agreement that was negotiated. Pardon me?
Just explain about what we did so they understand that.
Okay, I'm going to let Joe
Sure.
take it from here.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Shank.
What we did, just so everybody's upfront and understand where we're coming from here as a new board. The town of Townsend, the employees of the community have not properly been taken care of as far as settling contracts for the past 3 years. So what we have done is we have gone into negotiations with all the different unions to try to make it fair for our employees so we can keep the good employees that we have in town and pay them what they're supposed to be paid. That line item is for the non-contractual, non-union employees, but we went across the board to be fair, and we negotiated with the 3 other positions in different ways, but that is the same as, given the percentage of the matrix is how that was presented.
Okay.
And I
Comments
also
come on the
want to
motion.
add that these negotiations happened after this book had to go into publication. So if you look at the police chief's salary, it appears to be level funded, but there was an increase negotiated, and same for the fire chief. And so we had to put it somewhere because we knew that this money had to be paid out.
So why would these contracts not negotiated or renegotiated in the last 3 years? What happened there?
Oh, no, they were renegotiated, and they were negotiated again. The way they were written, this $18,750 would not have covered what we wound up negotiating.
Okay, and then what's up with the temporary help for 24/9?
That is for employees who are out on leave to cover the work that needs to be done in Town Hall.
So it's like contract labor, or
Yes.
for what kind of work?
Clerical help, anything else that comes up, HR help, anything like that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, comments come on the motion. Ma'am?
Mrs. Licio.
Oh, Ms. Licio.
With the gray hair. Thank you, COVID.
That's one good thing about COVID. Mr. Moderator, the question that I have kind of relates to what the last speaker was asking about, and that has to do with the items that say Collins on them. And my question is about that in general and about pay increases in general. I just don't know how you want to do that, because I don't really want to get up and ask the same question for each section.
Well, I think Ms. Messing asked the general question about what the Collins Center was. I don't think we need to go over that again.
No, it has
so-
to do really with the cumulative total of all of those Collins items.
I think I'd entertain a general comment, if you want, Ms. Lizio, about the, or statement,
Okay.
but about the general issue. But if you have specific questions about any line item, I think it should be raised in the functional segment as we go through it.
Okay.
Otherwise,
no,
it's going to get too confusing. So if you have a general observation, you can, I think, state it now.
I do have a general observation.
Okay, all right.
I went through and added up all of the salaries, and it came to an average of 5% across the board within the budget for salaries to employees. Now, I don't begrudge our employees a raise, and I know that that includes the Collins bump, if you will. So it's the Collins bump plus 2.5% or 3%, whatever they put on top of it, as they explained. What I do have a concern about is taking into consideration the financial state of the community and of the residents and voters in the community. And I believe that people are lucky today that they're working, and I don't think that 5% overall is really what most people are getting. Social Security went up 1.3%, and we have 35% of our residents that are over 65. And I'm just pointing out that it's all well and good to have open negotiations, which they have been, but I would hope that the town would think about the town as a whole and the affordability of that going forward, because upon that 5% this year goes at least 2.5% for the next 2 years after that, if it's a 3-year contract. So
I've asked to be recognized, Ms. Kelwin. She's been
So
finished.
if that's untrue, I would like to hear it, but that was my understanding from watching meetings.
Okay,
So
if we could.
I'm just commenting on the overall spending of the salary accounts, okay?
Okay, all right. Thank
Thank
you, Ms. Lizio.
Can I-
Ms. Kell, do you want to respond to it, just so it's fresh in our minds?
All right, just to, yes, there was, you can average it out because I think some people got 14% because they were terribly underpaid for years. But if you want to look at it as the average of 5%, you can also consider the fact that for the last 2 years, there was a 2% built into our budget, but no one actually got that. So there's 4% right there. And then another 2% would be, maybe that average should have been 6%, and we didn't give a high enough increase, but I'm very happy with what we did negotiate. Going forward on the Collins Center, the way it will work is each year, employees will get a step increase for the first 2 years, for the next 2 years, and the steps are 2% apart, not 2.5%. So when I was saying that it was false, that it was on that comment that it's 2.5% going forward. It's 2%. And then at the end of that second year, I think it is at the end of next year, the scale itself will be reworked to add 1%, and then continue on with the 2% going forward.
Okay.
So it seemed fair in keeping our municipal employees employed in the municipality and fairly paid, fairly compensated.
Okay, comments come on the motion, and recognize Mrs. King.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Everybody, I'm Cindy King, and some of you know me, but I just want to follow with Sue Licio's comments that she went gray with COVID, and being stuck in the house, I went blonde. So, there. I got tired of my gray and decided that blonde was better. So, anyway, I'd like to start with a comment regarding the Collins Center, if I may.
You can.
That the town, the Board of Selectmen back in 2015, 2016, had first engaged with the Collins Center to look over all the positions and the funding for all those positions. And the boards of selectmen since then have been working to try to figure out the best way to accomplish bringing all of our salaries up to where they really should be. and making all those manipulations. And I do want to commend the town administrator and the board that was able to, in the middle of COVID and everything, and present a budget that does have the Collins Center. I believe it's fully done, it's finished. Good job. I just think that it's really a good thing, and I don't think the percentages get scary sometimes, but when we, as voters, we try to micromanage those positions. That's a hard job to get that Collins Center stuff done. I do have some questions, not related to the Collins Center, I don't think. I know that right now we don't have an accountant, and I'm curious as to why, but we'll deal with that as we go. But I noticed that the salary is lower for this year for the accountant's position. I understand this, we not only don't have an accountant, we don't have any applicants. The position's been advertised for a number of months, and no one wants the job, and which is, I've never seen that. And I'm just wondering how much salary plays a role in that, as kind of my first question. Why is it reduced?
Ms. King, I think...
Or is it just comments? I'm sorry.
I think perhaps the best thing is if you can concisely state all of your questions.
Okay.
If there are not too many,
All right.
we don't want to be here till, dark.
Yes, all right, okay.
So...
Okay, all
So
right, so
first
that's
question is
my first question
accountant,
is
no-
about the
no-
accountant's
no
position.
Yeah.
And getting a new accountant, but
Yeah,
mostly
why the
why have you
salary
dropped the
is reduced.
salary? And then there's a couple positions, like conservation, the hours were reduced, and the salaries are down. And I think the land use position wasn't funded last year, and now it is. And I just, those kind of, the big changes that are, if somebody could answer those, that would be great. And that's all I have under general government.
Okay, thank you, Ms. King. Can anyone address this?
Well,
Finance, do
certainly
you
can.
folks have any comments on any of these items?
No.
No.
Is it on?
Yeah, you gotta pull it out.
It is?
Bring it closer to you.
Oh, yeah, it's on. Yeah. We went along with the Collins Center from the recommendation of the BOS. So we really didn't go over those figures.
Okay. All right, the selectmen, the board
I
have?
can talk, of
All
course.
right, Ms. Kell, if you could try to address those questions?
On the accountant, our accountant resigned in late February with with an end date in mid-March. So it's now, early to mid-May. So it's only been 2 months, and we have been advertising. She had been with us for a couple years and then left and then came back for a couple years. So she was more on the experienced end of things for an accountant. With us going out and advertising and bringing someone in new, we went with pretty much the middle of Collins Center recommended. So that's why you see Collins Center Step 7. I think there are 15 steps on Collins. And we thought that that was reasonable. We're right now we are just in the beginning of looking for temporary accounting help, because it looks like that's the way we're going to need to go until we do get someone to come in and apply for the position. So that was the treasurer. So before I go on to land use, any questions?
No, I think, go ahead.
Go ahead. All right, so land use. We have been without a land use coordinator for many years. And so the Board of Selectmen opted to put that in as a full-time position. We also added a grant writer position, part-time, and a web guru for just a few hours a week to keep our website up to date. We felt that that the land use position was important because we, at this point, do not have an ADA document. We don't have a current open space and Recreation document. Those are the things that we need to have in place in order to apply for grants. If you're going for grants from the state, they want to see that your community has been planning and has these documents available. This is what you have in mind. And one of the tasks of the land use coordinator is to oversee the production of those documents. They also oversee the land use department, which includes conservation, planning, and zoning, CBA. And so it's an important position that we haven't had for a couple years now. And without it, your community's at a disadvantage. So in order to fund that, we kept the conservation administrator at 20 hours. That's the person who writes the minutes, has the first contact with people coming in for permitting, et cetera. And we dropped the conservation agent position by 5 hours. That allows us, that position then is not benefited. And it allows us to, from a financial standpoint, apply those benefits to the land use coordinator position. So that is pretty much it.
All right, comments, thank you. Ms. Kell, comments come on the questions, and I see a hand right behind Hartley. Ms. Pettit?
Just a question on the grant writer. Is that just for the land use boards, or could the grant writer be working, help with recreation or other departments?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
I mean,
so
that's a grant writer overall. I guess you have to put them somewhere, but.
Okay.
And I think that's where it landed, but that doesn't mean.
That's all.
And I do want to commend a lot of the employees that did work on grants this year. And the town, I don't know if you know, but we received a Shared Streets and Spaces grant for $182,000. And we also are in the process of accepting a Wild and Scenic grant from the Wild and Scenic River Stewardship Council. But it was a lot of employees who worked outside of their scope.
A lot of time and energy. Thank you all very much. It's great.
We really appreciate it, but it would be nice to have someone on board doing that.
To be helping with, I agree. I just wondered if it was confined to land use. May I ask one question?
Okay.
On page, or number 417, 418, under Communication Center, I'm just curious.
I don't think we're there yet.
We're not.
Okay.
Could you wait, Jennifer, until we get to that section? Any other questions on general government?
I do. Julia
do.
Stockwell,
Okay.
203 Lunenburg
Stockwell.
Road. It's just a clarification, because regarding the wage settlements, you said that the salaries do not reflect that in the book because it was not listed. So is it possible to have the salaries given to us as they are now, with the settlements added to it? Because actually, you're adding more money to the budget.
No.
Go ahead, Ms. Keller.
No, we just, when this was finalized, you should probably watch there was a Board of Selectmen meeting. In any event, it's 3.45% roughly over and above what on the fire chief, so we're moving to public safety kind of in this. But we had to put the funds that we knew we would have to expend. By contract, they could have gotten a 9% increase, and this number should have been around 36,000. So we were hopeful that we would be able to negotiate, and we were. There were amendments to but this happened within the last 2 weeks.
Well, I do understand that, but you must know the end result then of each of the salaries, so we can list the salaries in our books.
If I could maybe advance this question, because I think what Ms. Stockwell is concerned about, and I am too, is what are we, when we vote, let's just take this one, for example, general government, we have a total in our article here of $1,513,954. Is that the number? That's the number we're going to approve if we vote on it, unless it's amended.
And I will tell you that about I guess it's public record, correct? Okay, so we agreed to pay out additional vacation to the town administrator. So roughly 9,000 of this goes to that, and the other 9,750 roughly, I don't have the numbers in front of me, is split between the fire chief and the police chief on their annual salaries.
Okay, so if I'm correct, if I understand you correctly, then the salary of $133,560 is actually the salary that he's getting.
That is for the town administrator. He is actually getting that salary, but he will request, if he has the vacation time, request for an additional payout on vacation over and above the 2 weeks that he,
Which is part of that
by
settlement.
contract, would receive.
Okay.
And so we worked the numbers, and in what we hoped we could get, we couldn't put it on those salary lines because those salaries, the employees had not yet agreed to it. And so we couldn't write it on the salary lines when we went to publish this book.
My question was, just so I understand what his salary actually is in the book here, okay? So now I understand what
Do we
you're
have
doing now
those
with the
numbers?
salaries.
So
you're telling me it's not 133,000?
Oh, no, for Mr. Kreidler, it is 133,560.
So when we get to the fire chief and the police chief, you're going to correct those?
We could. We absolutely could. We could multiply and add. And give you those numbers.
I don't want to
I
multiply
didn't come
it.
prepared to do that, but I can.
Well, I think as far as the police and fire chief, we'll get to that section when we get to public
Okay,
safety, but I just would stress the
Yeah.
fact that what we're voting on is what we see here, unless there's an amendment, and that will be the budget.
That is the budget.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
And their increase, and we'll see if we can do the math before we get to that. I'll start.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you. Comments come on the general government section. Any other questions on general government? Ms. Messing?
So just to be clear, line 1, the town administrator, he is getting a $9,000 raise.
No, he's not.
You said $9,000 of this is going to his vacation, additional vacation.
But it is not a raise. It's just like for anybody else, you accrue vacation. And the way the contract was written, he could take, if he had, in Townsend, the vacation accrues and accrues and accrues. If you had, say, 6 weeks of vacation, that vacation time that you hadn't taken,
Yeah.
and it said in your contract that you could, in a year, if you had 2 weeks of vacation over and above what you were going to take, you could have a lump sum payout of that. And that's the way the contract is written for the town administrator. So every year, if he has 2 extra weeks, he can be paid for that. And instead of so the vacation is subtracted, those 40 hours are subtracted from his vacation time, and he gets that in dollars.
So it's a vacation buyback.
It is a vacation buyback.
Okay.
So we negotiated a vacation buyback. And it is public record.
Mr. Shank?
Just to make it very clear, okay? What happened here is we went into negotiations with the fire chief, the police chief, and the town administrator. As the numbers you see of that $18,000, half of that money is going towards Mr. Kreidler. We are not given a raise. All we are doing is paying him the money that is owed to him, be today if he was to decide he wanted to leave, or 5 years from now. He has that money. So we negotiated saying, okay, we will let you take a percentage of your vacation that is due to him as a lump sum, instead of giving him a raise such as we did with the fire and the police chief. So I just want to make that very clear how that went down.
So what percentage of the vacation can be bought back, can be paid out.
Miss Messing, I think we're getting a little bit too far into the weeds here. I know your questions are good, and thank you for pointing out things, but we can't analyze every single item of the town's budget like this, or we will be here till midnight. Okay. So I just ask you to be respectful of that issue. I certainly don't want to discourage important questions, but I mean, we have to have a certain range here of what's feasible. Okay. Thank you.
Can I just add that it is all on the Zoom meetings from the past 2 weeks, maybe 3. If you watch the Zoom meetings of the Board of Selectmen meeting, there were executive sessions, and when we came out of executive session, it was announced what we had done.
Explained. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Kell. All right. Anything further on general government? Okay. I think we can vote on general government. All those in favor of the budget for general government, the total of which is found on page 54, and the total is $1,513,954. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. It's unanimous. Next section is, I believe, public safety. Beginning with the police department. Is there any questions on public safety? Okay, we did have a lot of tangential questions, I think, that were raised in the previous, so looks like we're probably okay to vote on public safety. All those in favor, the total for public safety is found on page 60, and it is $3,438,022. And just based on the conversations we were having earlier, is that in fact the number, or does there need to be some amendment there? That's the number, okay. All right, that's the number before you. Anything to be said? Looks like we're ready to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. Okay, it's unanimous. Next section is education, on the same page for North Middlesex and for Neshoba Valley Technical High School. The total is $14,279,762. I don't know if anyone is here from the schools or if anybody, the superintendent is here. I don't know if anybody wants to address the school budget. Is there any questions on the school budget? Mr. Shaka.
Joe Shaka, 59 Maplewood Drive. I have a question on the social studies curriculum. Is critical race theory or 1619 project being considered to be taught in the schools?
The question comes on the motion. Is this directed to North Middlesex or?
Yeah, North Middlesex.
North Middlesex. Mr. Superintendent? I guess if you could use this one right here or that one. Yeah, thank you.
Or this one.
Sir, so at this time, it is not being considered. There is nothing in the curriculum that covers critical race theory specifically.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, I'll ask what that was later. Any other comments on education? Seeing none, I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of school education budget, $14,279,762. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Next is, I think, I have to go back to the highways and streets. Again, there are some Collins Centers. I think we already addressed the Collins Center notation. And the total for Highways and Streets is on page 62, $700,638. Anything to be said? Not seeing any hands. I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Next section is solid waste, and total there, same page 62, $729,900. Anything to be said? Not seeing any hands. I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. Human Services is the next section, and it closes on page, where is it? Page 65. I can't quite. Human Services, at the top of the page, $500,368. Anything to be said? All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. Next section is Culture and Recreation, I believe. Yep. And the total is on page 66. $472,558. Anything to be said? Yep, there is a hand. Come forward.
Hello, I'm Emily Austin Bruns, 30 Beach Street. On page 48, it says that Finance Committee supports line 750 just for fiscal year 22, and I was curious if you could speak to that.
Okay, question comes on the motion for the Finance Committee.
750. Yes, we had never supported that before, but because of COVID, they put it in this year. So we would only fund it for this year only because they should be able to go forward after that and support it themselves like they used to.
This is a new position, so they did not used to support.
No, it wasn't. It was always there, but it was always
The support
paid-
staff position?
Funded by
Yeah.
receipts.
It was funded by receipts.
Okay, so they would then have to provide programming in order to pay for the staff position.
Yes.
Okay, I take issue with that, but so be it. Thank you.
Okay, comments come on the article regarding Human Services, I'm sorry, Culture and Recreation. Ms. Lizio?
My comment is on the same line item.
Okay.
I was at, I listened in on the Finance Committee's meeting last week, where they said that they were only recommending that for 1 year. And I just want to say I agree with that. And the reason I agree with that is we started to get away from using the revolving fund to pay for all of the recreation programs and salaries a few years ago when we moved the director's salary into the budget. I think it's a dangerous thing to keep doing. The thing that really makes me feel that way is, COVID aside, when I asked for a public records request a couple weeks ago, I asked, can the Recreation Commission give me a report of expenses and income by program? And I was told that that report does not exist, that they don't track things that way. I suggest that maybe funding this for 1 year will allow them the time to figure out how to do that. Because if you have a revolving fund and you don't know what kind of payback your programs are giving you, you're going to just keep draining that fund. And if you look at the balances from year to year, that's exactly what's been happening. I don't want to get to the point where we have to fully fund recreation. That's not what other towns do. That was never the intention here. My husband was on recreation years ago. It was always self-funding, but you need to keep track of the dollars. So I would ask the Recreation Commission to use this next year to make sure that that happens. Thank you.
Comments come on the budget, and
So this
Ms.
is Emily Austin Bruns again, 30 Beach Street. So all other departments are funded by the town, their director and support staff. I don't understand why recreation should be any different. They're counselors, they're summer counselors, they're counselors during the rest of the year, come out of their programmatic funding, which is the revolving fund. However, the revolving fund for recreation is intended to bring in money through programming and pay for programming through that fund. So it comes up, it goes out. That's revolving. So what I'm asking here is this recreation support staff is not just programmatic funding. This is support staff like any other department in town and should be paid by taxpayers' dollars, as should the department head. Thank you.
okay, comments come on the budget concerning culture and recreation. Anything further? Ms. Messing?
Well, there's two things that I take away from these discussions. One of them is that the town's taxpayers aren't really responsible for providing recreation. And the other thing is that the recreation operations have proceeds, they have income. If we're going to fully fund all the staff in the recreation department, I guess, then I guess all the income from recreation activities go into the general fund. You got to kind of figure that out. You can't have it both ways.
Okay,
You know what I'm
comments? Comments come on the motion, or on the budget? I don't see any hands, so I think we're ready to vote. I'm sorry, Ms. Kell.
Can I talk? I just want to say in all of this that there are several departments, not just recreation, who have cash operations. And one thing that is being looked at in Town Hall is how that works. Do we not fund the attendance at the transfer center because they're taking in funds in cash? How do we know what those cash funds are? Same thing at the senior center, and I'm not knocking any of these programs. I think they are all programs that we as a town should be supporting. But I do think we need to look at how cash is coming in and how it's being accounted for. At the senior center, if you ride the bus, you're probably paying in cash. Should the bus at the senior center be funded only by the cash that is taken in from the people that ride it? So there are things like that need to be looked at, and it makes sense, in my mind, to fund the staff for the departments that we do have. But I think, granted, it's worth looking at how cash is handled in town and how we know what we're taking in and what we can afford in all the areas. So that's all I'll say.
Thank you. Comments come on the
Mr. Moderator.
budget, and Mr. Shank.
Just so to verify and clarify what Veronica just said, that is something that we are looking at as a board to kind of reel in exactly where this cash is, what is happening with it, and how it's going to be best spent.
Comments come on the motion. All right, I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of Culture and Recreation, $472,558. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Unanimous. Next section is on debt, I think. Let's see. Debt service. On the same page, page 66, total on debt service is $404,000. $41,074. Anything to be said? Looks like it's getting down there. We're doing pretty good paying off our debt, huh?
Yeah, we're there.
Looks like. All right, that's what I had to say anyway. Ready to vote? I think all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it, unanimous. And insurances, which, does that include retirement?
It does, yes.
Okay. And the total for that functional segment is $2,123,106. Anything to be said? Looks like we're good to go. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, unanimous. And it brings us to the bottom line for final vote. The grand total of the Town of Townsend's budget for fiscal year 22 is $24,199,382. I think we've fully discussed it, so I'm going to ask for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, it's unanimous. Thank you, everyone. And I think that we had a lot of questions that were addressed, and gives us all a better understanding of our town's budget. Mr. Shank.
I just want to at least thank all the departments, all the people that were involved, the school, everybody. It was a very tough deal for us as a board to try to come up with this budget, and everybody really sharpened their pen. They really went to work, and they really helped us, and I want to just thank every board, every committee, and the schools for working with us so we could get this done.
Okay, comments come on the motion, and not to digress too far, thank you, Joe, but Article 6, to see if the town will vote to fix the salaries and compensation of all elected officers of the town as provided by Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 41, Section 108, as amended and as appropriated in this warrant, or take any other action in relation thereto. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to fix the salaries and compensation for all elected officers of the town as provided by Mass General Laws, Chapter 41, Section 108, as amended and as appropriated in this warrant.
Second.
Motion made and seconded on Article 6. Anything to be said? Stock article. I don't see any questions, so all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 7, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from stabilization account the sum of $215,000 to pay for retroactive salary adjustments for all unionized employees pursuant to the terms of recently negotiated collective bargaining agreements between AFSCME, Council 93, and the town of Townsend, or take any action in relation thereto. Motion?
Mr. Moderator, I
Mr.
move.
Shank.
Okay. I move that the town vote to appropriate from the stabilization account the sum of $215,000 to pay for retroactive salaries adjustment for all unionized current employees pursuant to the terms of the recent negotiated collective bargaining agreement between AFSCME, Council 93, and the town of Townsend.
Motion's made. And seconded.
Second.
All right. It is before you. Anything to be said? Ms. King.
Mr. Moderator, when I saw this article being discussed, I was absolutely mortified that our leadership is asking the taxpayers to take out of our savings account money to pay salaries. I have absolutely no comments to say about whether or not someone deserves to get this money. I have absolutely no opinion on that whatsoever. I leave that to the negotiators for the union contract. So I'm not criticizing whatsoever that anybody deserves any money. horribly concerned that the stabilization fund is intended for us to put money aside in case of emergencies. Now, we're outside for our town meeting because of an ongoing emergency that's not done yet. COVID is not gone. We don't know what's coming yet. And we can have more emergencies that can cost us a lot of money. We need our stabilization fund to save up for if we need to purchase a fire truck if something happens, if a building burns down, knock on wood, hopefully that never happens. But if we need to save up for replacing all the bridges in town, and we've identified that we need big capital expenditures that we just can't, we have to for the survival of our town, the stabilization fund is there. Every year we try to put some money into the stabilization fund to prepare us for those emergencies and those major expenses. And then we have a budget, we have a town meeting where we talk about raises for our employees. We spent quite a bit of time a little while ago trying to figure out why we were giving the town administrator and the police and fire chief $18,000. How much are we taking out of our savings account, which we need for emergencies? And I want to remind everyone, if anybody else is questioning the same thing, it requires a 2/3 vote, I understand, so I would like an answer as to how come we would be asked to go,
Let's see if we can get you an answer then.
not just a raise, but a retroactive raise. This is going to reach back. So I think we need to, this kind of stuff should be in our budget, not coming out of stabilization. We need to make these kind of expenditures
Ms. King,
when we need them.
I think you
And
made
I have one more
point.
thing about it.
Okay,
I have
if
the
it's a
second
different
thing-
point, but I don't want to hear you keep repeating the same thing,
No,
if you
one
don't
little
mind.
addition is, there's also another word in that article that says current employees. These union contracts are multi-year. So there are employees that have left that were on this union contract that we're not including them. That we should also be, if we're going to do this, we should be reaching back. But I'm against taking money out of stabilization. If our leadership wants to find the money someplace, fine, we can talk about it on another budget item, but I just don't understand the stabilization. Thank you.
Okay, comments come on the motion questioning the use of stabilization. Mr. Shank.
Thank you, Cindy, for that very nice remarks on how we should do things. First and foremost, we as a community have to take care of our employees of the town. If we don't take care of our employees that work every day for us, that's highway, fire, police, anybody in the town hall, we have nothing. The town of Townsend can't run, nor can any business run without employees. This money is money that we negotiated for raises and for union contracts that have been out of contract for the past 3 years, that have not been able to negotiate. The town of Townsend, as far as I am concerned, did not negotiate in good faith to take care of the employees. So we as a board, in dealing with all the unions, we felt we had to do the right thing, and this is what we need to do. If we don't agree to this, we go right back to the whole deal that another year from now, instead of $200,000, we're going to owe the money to these employees. It's there. We have to pay it. So I feel bad that we have to take it out of stabilization, but it has to be paid. Thank you.
Comments come on the motion. I see Ms. Lizio.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and through you to my fellow taxpayers. The Stabilization Fund, as Ms. King said, is our savings account, but it's also looked at from our bond rating organization. We worked hard to get our bond rating to a good place so that if we have to borrow, it doesn't cost us an awful lot. And we worked hard at not using stabilization for things that weren't capital expenses. And now this is going against it. And I have a comment in terms of we owe that to them. And, excuse me, Mr. Moderator, I'm getting somebody that's commenting personally in the background, and
All right, Ms. Lizzie, I couldn't hear that, but I would ask the floor to be quiet and listen to the speaker respectfully.
to get back to it, the Collins report was done, but at the time that the previous board was in negotiations, we couldn't afford it. We just plain felt we couldn't afford it. The unions were offered money. I've heard it before that, you know, we owe them the money. No, we don't owe them. Union negotiation is a negotiation of two sides, and nobody promised that money until now. However, the money that's been promised with this recent agreement is subject to appropriation. I am suggesting that if they want that appropriated, that they instead take this on a 2.5 ballot and let the town decide as a whole what they want to do. Because when you add this $215,000 to the 5% that we already increased on average all of our salaries by, you come up with a 9% salary increase for this year. Now, granted, that's not cumulative because this is a one-time payment to catch them up, but nonetheless, it's spending our tax dollars. And I think the employees are great. I think this is wonderful. However, I'm concerned that our town leaders are more concerned about making the employees happy than making the taxpayers happy. And that's just my opinion. Thank
Mr.
you.
Moderator.
Thank you, Ms. Lizio. We're just going to recognize this person was Lisa?
Lisa Leland,
Yeah.
3 Wyman Road. I just want to say that the past 3 years of our public works people not having any raise and not really being offered much, the 2 women that have spoken were on the board, had their chance, they both quit. I think that I want police officers who feel compensated and appreciated when there's an emergency, fire, police. I just think to argue this, these people need this. They have not had any compensation in 3 years.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Shank.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm not going to address any person particularly, but let's talk, all right? If we wanted our bond rating and we worked so hard to get our bond rating where it is, I appreciate that. But if you get your bond rating up, but you don't pay what we truly owe the employees of the town, it's a double-edged sword. It's just a matter of we've got to pay it. I don't believe going to a 2.5 override. There is money in the Stabilization Fund. Yes, it is a lot of money we are asking. But if we would have done this every single year for the past 3 years, just divide that $200,000 by 3, and we'd only been paying roughly that $60,000 roughly instead of $200,000. So we've got to just move forward as a community. We've got to take care of our employees, fire, water, highway, parks, recreation, every single employee of our town. We got to start doing the right thing here. Thank you.
Comments come on the motion. Mr. Shaka.
Joe Shaka, Maplewood Drive. Normally, I'm not in favor of using money from a stabilization fund for, on ongoing expenses or one-time expenses. $215,000 is a fair amount of money. However, the question I have is how much is in stabilization now, and with what we have left after the $215,000, is that a safe amount going forward?
Question comes on the motion. Is anyone, you read my mind there, Joe. I was just wondering, what is left in the stabilization?
We are, yeah, I think it's, I'm sorry, say that again?
The very last page.
I thought it was about 1.5 million. Okay, it's 1.4 million, so we would be at about 1.2.
So is that considered a safe amount going forward? 1.2 million.
Question comes on the motion. I don't know if the Board of Selectmen or Finance can address that. Obviously, I'd say more is better, but
I mean,
I think I can recall times when we had less than 300,000 in it. But
yes, I would feel safe to say at $1.2 million in stabilization. Times are tough for all of us. We all know that. We're all struggling here. This isn't just one person. This is all of us, the community. We have to take and just move forward.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, gentlemen.
Jacek Mozzanowski, 16 Alyssa Drive. I fully agree that we need to pay our employees what they deserve to be paid. There's no question about it. What really scares me is the phrase retroactive salary adjustment. So the budget says it's going up. What stops us from taking it down? If it's salary adjustment, it's retroactive, it could possibly go either way. If we are to pay proper salaries, we have to pay them now and not adjust them years back. I spent years working for private companies. I've never heard of retroactive salary adjustment, and for that very reason, just for that phrase, I intend to vote against it. Thank you.
Comments come on the motion of Article 7. Anything else to be said? Ms. Pettit.
I'm concerned because I understand that maybe our fire department has not been included in raises, and with some of the really, what I consider very large fires in town over the past few years, not to mention all the other things that our fire department does for us, I would like to know that they would be included in this.
Question comes on the motion, Mr. Shank.
Mr. Moderator, the fire department the union part of the fire department is involved in this raise, in this negotiation. What is not, as far as the fire department, are the paid on-call. They are on a paid salary, not salary, but hourly. They're paid call. They're not full-time employees. So to answer your question, Ms. Pettit, the fire department is involved in this.
All right, questions and comments come on the motion. Allow you one follow-up, Jennifer?
If that's the case, how do we increase the pay for our on-call fire department?
Go ahead, Joe.
Thank you. Ms. Pettit, we did increase the per diem in the on-call, some of it. I don't think we did every on-call. I do believe it was the per diems to come into the department, but I do believe the fire chief's here, and he could maybe answer that for us a little bit better. Would you like to speak to that, Chief?
Thank you.
Is the chief here?
Yeah, he's over there.
Where? Oh.
Sorry to put you on the spot, Chief.
So the paid on-call firefighters are not addressed in that. There is a proposal that's been given to the board through the town administrator to adjust the per diem wages, but to basically move money from our overtime budget to the per diem budget to increase their pay from $23.50 an hour to $25 an hour, which has been the going rate for about 5 years now. There are other towns around us that are paying $26 to $28 per hour for per diem paramedics, but that's the plan, which does not affect the budget. Paid on call personnel, EMTs and firefighters, there's no adjustment in this.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Comments come on. The question on the article, Article 7. I think we're ready to vote. All right, all those in favor of the motion on Article 7, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Okay. It's a little bit tricky there. This does require a 2/3, and I cannot say I could tell for certain. So I think without further ado, we've got to go to the counters. The counters come forward. We don't really have a line of demarcation here. Everybody seems to be off to my left. How do we divvy this up? Okay. Well, let's see. Wow. All right. Let's. Yeah, under the tent. Okay. Greg and Joan, can you count people that are under the tent? And I'll allow you to figure out where that line is because I can't tell. And Bill and Joe, if you could count people that are outside of the tent. And so, if we get in position, I'll ask for those who are in favor of the article, please stand and be counted.
John, Joe Shocker was not sworn in as a counter. Eno was.
Oh, that's right. Joe, I'm sorry. We didn't get you to swear. You were missing when we swore people in, so Eno, I got Eno to do it. Sorry. Thank you. And Greg and Joan, if you could count the folks up here too. And that counts under this tent too? Okay. Where were you guys seated? And you were outside?
Yes.
Okay, well, we'll just add you to under the tent. Okay, 25. All right, Bill. 6-0? 6-0, okay.
Did you get those two over there? No?
Oh, they were outside, okay. 6-2, okay. No, we got you, don't worry. Okay, all those, okay, everyone can sit down. All those who want to vote no on Article 7 on stabilization funding, please stand now to be counted. All those opposed to the motion on Article 7. Okay. Okay. 7. You guys have your account? All right, okay. Okay, the vote is 87 yes, 12 no. That, without my doing the math, I'm pretty certain the ayes have it by more than 2/3. All right, Article 8. To see if the town will vote to appropriate the sum of $1,391,280.08 from Water Enterprise Fund revenues to operate the Water Department for fiscal year 2022 in order to fund the cost of intermunicipal expenses, that $300,204.28 of this sum be appropriated in the general fund or take any other action in relation thereto. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Shank.
I move that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $1,391,280.08 from Water Enterprise revenues to operate the Water Department for fiscal year 2020, and in order to fund the cost of intermunicipal expenses, that $300,204.28 of this sum be appropriated in the general fund.
A second.
Motion is made and seconded on Article 8. Anything to be said? I don't see any, so I think we're ready to vote. No. Mr. Cadigan?
So can you clarify what that means? I understand the first part, but I don't understand where that 300,000 and change is coming from or going to, or what it's for.
Question comes on the motion. Mr. Shank.
Mr. Cadigan, thank you. No, I can't explain that, but we'll see if the Water Department can.
Okay. And, no, okay.
Good afternoon. My name is David Bichon. I'm the water superintendent. And the budget is 1.391 million. 300,000 goes to pay for expenses like health insurance and other things for the employee. Part of it to help pay for us using the staff at the town hall and things like that. Does that answer your question?
Expenses of yours that are carried in our budget.
Right, the expenses that are...
You could use the microphone there, Dave.
Was that clear enough for you, or the 300,000 goes to pay the town for the expenses that the employees and like car insurance, the health insurance for the employees, and expenses that occur to the town hall that we're part of, and that's out of the 1.3 million. So the rest of the operation, the $1 million, is for fixing the water mains and operating the water department. And the 300,000 goes to the general fund for the regular budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
David. Comments come on the motion for Article 8. Looks like we're ready to vote. All those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 9, to see if the town will vote to raise from the Water Enterprise Excess and Deficiency Funds the sum of $100,000 to pay down a bond anticipation note, BAN, for the Main Street Water Main Replacement Project, or take any action in relation thereto.
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Shank.
I move that the town vote to transfer from the Water Enterprise Excess and Deficiency Fund the sum of $100,000 to pay down a bond anticipated note, BAN, for the Main Street Water Main Replacement Project.
Motion, it's been made and seconded on Article 9. Anything to be said? Not seeing any. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 10, see if the town will vote to close out and transfer the remaining balances of the following accounts to the Main Street Well Replacement and Upgrades Project. It's in the warrant. I won't read it. If without any objection, I won't read it further, but is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Shank.
I move that the town vote to close out and transfer the remaining balances of the following accounts to the Main Street Well Replacement and Upgrade Project.
Second.
Okay, and the amounts are as before you in the, just as they are in the warrant?
Yes, they are the numbers that are in all the accounts that are in the warrant.
Okay. All right, motion's made and seconded on Article 10. Any questions? Ms. Messing?
Could somebody please tell us what accounts these are, what department they're in, and why we don't know the exact amounts in the accounts?
Questions come on the article. Mr. Shank?
Mr. Moderator, I'll have Dave explain it.
So this is all from the water department. These are all money that was appropriated the last 5 years where work was not done. We have worked diligently the last 5 months to get the work done, and this is leftover money that was already appropriated in a bank account for projects like Highland Tank Rehab. One was putting a generator into one of our buildings. Witches Brook, rehabbing Witches Brook, rehabbing Cross Street, which after 6 years is now going back online next week. The Main Street project will triple the water at Main Street and get it away from the road, which gets it more away from the vulnerability of the river and the salt on the road. And that's where the money's going to. Does that answer your question? Yeah, this is money left over from projects that we are actually doing ourselves. We're not hiring this out. And so we're saving a lot of money to make sure we can afford the Main Street well.
Okay, comments come on the question on Article 10. I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 10, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, it's unanimous. Article 11, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, borrow, or transfer from available funds in the Treasury the sum or sums of $763,160 for the purpose of funding, you can read it, right? The purpose of funding the fiscal year 22 capital plan as voted by the Capital Planning Committee as detailed below, or take any other action in relation thereto. And I will not list them, allow that to take place in the motion. Anyone, we got a motion on this?
Mr. Moderator.
Ms. Kell.
I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate, borrow or transfer from available funds in the Treasury the sum or sums of $763,160 for the purpose of funding the fiscal year 22 capital plan as voted by the Capital Planning Committee as detailed below. Fire EMS Department, Ambulance 2, second payment on third-year lease, $103,160 from the Ambulance Receipts Reserved account. Also, Fire EMS replaced 2,000 feet of 4-inch supply hose for $10,000 from Capital Stabilization. Police vehicle leases, $65,000. This is a tax levy in the police operating budget. For highway, cat loader 930M, 5-year lease purchase, $80,000 from Capital Stabilization. For water, the Main Street at South Street upgrade of $70,000, water enterprise excess and deficiency. For water, the Main Street well development, $350,000 from the Water Enterprise Excess and Deficiency Account. Also from Water, a transit van and equipment for $70,000 from the Water Enterprise Excess and Deficiency Account. And for Cemetery, a columbarium, $15,000 from the Sale of Lots Fund from Cemetery, for a total of $763,160.
Motion's been made and seconded. Question comes on the motion. Mr. Smith, would you kindly approach the microphone? I'll make sure the folks at home hear your question.
Kevin Smith, North End Road. I have a question on the capital financial article with respect to a cat loader 930 5-year lease purchase. It's $80,000 a year, correct?
No, that is $43,000 a year, roughly $40,000 a year. So this is two payments.
Okay.
The original one and the one that you make.
Okay, I'm looking at that saying that's $80,000 a year, that's $400,000.
No,
I just bought one for, you shouldn't have more than $200,000 bucks in it with interest.
It's I think all total 180.
Well, that's more like it.
200.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the comment, Mr. Smith. We don't want to overpay for a cat loader 930M.
We could get 2.5.
Any other questions on that article? Motion, rather. I think we're good. All those in favor of the motion on Article 11, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. It's unanimous. Thank you. Article 12. See if the town will vote to reallocate $3,191.25. The balance remaining in account 0010442558550 2019-000 from May 1st, 2018 annual town meeting, purchase of a brush mower to fund the replacement of access control system door locks at the highway garage for safety and security reasons, or take any other action in relation thereto. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Shank.
I move that the town vote to reallocate $3,191.25, the balance remaining in account number 001-04-425-5850-2019-000 from the May 1, 2018 annual town meeting, purchase of a brush mower to fund the replacements of access control system door locks at the highway garage for safety and security reasons.
Second. Motion's made and seconded on Article 12. Any questions, comments? Looks like we can vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 13, to see if the town will vote to reallocate funds originally appropriated for a feasibility study of the creation of affordable housing on Dudley Road pursuant to Article 18 of the May 7th, 2019 special town meeting warrant to the completion of a housing production plan in accordance with 760 CMR 56.034 for approval by the Commonwealth's Department of Housing and Community Development, including but not limited to engaging the assistance of professionals to assist therewith or take any action in relation thereto. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator? I move that the town vote to reallocate funds originally appropriated for a feasibility study of the creation of affordable housing on Dudley Road pursuant to Article 18 of the May 7th, 2019 special town meeting warrant to the completion of a housing production plan in accordance with 760 CMR 56.03. Number 4, for approval by the Commonwealth's Department of Housing and Community Development, including but not limited to engaging the assistance of professionals to assist therewith.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any comments, questions? Ms. Messing? Oh, yeah. How much is being reallocated?
All of the funds.
All of the funds that were appropriated, which was $35,000.
Okay. The amount was $35,000 that were in that account.
Yep.
Mr. Cadigan?
So is this progress on our efforts to build another building over by Atwood Acres there for the veterans housing, or what is it, if it's not that?
Good question, Bill. Question comes on the article, the motion on Article 13. Chaz?
Yep, Mr. Moderator, through you. Originally, $35,000 was appropriated to conduct a feasibility study with the Housing Authority and the Planning Board. We did receive a grant to be able to get that feasibility study done without having to dip into that $35,000 that was asked for that particular feasibility study. Also, this goes back to the conversation that we had with the land use coordinator. Part of the land use coordinator job is to allow or to assist the housing authority to develop a housing production plan that's due to the state every 5 years. Because the housing authority is completely volunteered, we don't have the administrative support to be able to do that as far as that reporting is concerned. So because there is no resources in regards to the land use coordinator, GIS services, which is for maps, we've been pulling together all of this information. We, meaning the housing authority, have been pulling all this information together to be able to gather so that the report can be written. What this is going to allow the housing authority to do is to utilize the $35,000 to get a agency to be able to write this report that is due, that was due actually last year for the state.
Thank you, Chaz. Comments come on the motion on Article 13. Anything else to be said? Looks like we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 13, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 14. This is to see if the town will vote to appropriate from the PEG Excess Receipts Reserve Account funds equal to 5% of Comcast gross annual revenues. And I'm going to, with the meeting's permission, omit reading the rest of that article. I think that gives you an idea, and ask if there's a motion. Is there a motion on
Mr.
Article 14?
Moderator.
Sorry, I'm trying to shortcut things a little bit. So with the meeting's permission, if I can not read everything, I will. Not.
So
Okay.
good for me.
All right, except for you. You do have to read it.
Okay. Mr. Moderator, I
Ms. Kell.
move that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $195,462.10 from the PEG Access Receipts Reserved Account funds equal to 5% of Comcast's gross annual revenues in Townsend, subject to receipt and availability, and authorize the Board of Selectmen and Town Administrator to expend and distribute such funds to Townsend Community Access Media Incorporated on a quarterly basis for the purpose of annual funding of the production and broadcast of public, educational, and government PEG access television on terms contained in a certain grant agreement between the Town of Townsend, Mass. and Townsend Community Access Media Incorporated, effective September 15th, 2020.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. And Ms. Cull, could I get the number again? Just
It's $195,000, no, $195,462.10.
okay, $195,462.10.
Correct.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Anything to be said? Appears we're ready to vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. It's unanimous. Okay, good work on that one. Article 15, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, borrow, transfer from available funds in the Treasury the sum of $5,000 to defray the charges and expenses for the planning and execution of the town's 300th anniversary celebration to be held in the year 2032, or take any other action in relation thereto.
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Shank.
I move that the town vote to transfer from free cash in the Treasury the sum of $5,000 to defray the charges and expenses for the planning and execution of the town's 300th anniversary celebration to be held in the year 2032.
Second?
Second? Okay, motion made and seconded on Article 15. Anything to be said? Appears we're ready to vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It's unanimous. Article 16, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate borrow transfer from available funds in the Treasury the sum of $29,500 for the purpose of funding the assessor's fiscal year 22 periodic inspections and property data verification program as mandated by the Massachusetts Department of Revenue, Bureau of Local Assessments, or take any other action in relation thereto. Motion?
I'll read it. Mr. Moderator,
Kelly.
I move that the town vote to transfer from free cash in the Treasury the sum of $29,500 for the purpose of funding the assessor's fiscal year 22 periodic inspections and property data verification program as mandated by the Massachusetts Department of Revenue, Bureau of Local Assessments.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded on Article 16. Any questions? Appears we're okay. Anything to, I guess that's it. We're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 16, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Moving right along. Article 17, to see if the town will vote to transfer from free cash the sum of $55,000 to fund the final installment of the installment payment agreement executed by the Board of Selectmen and former Police Chief Richard Bailey, or take any other action in relation thereto. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to transfer from free cash the sum of $55,000 to fund the final installment of the installment payment agreement executed by the Board of Selectmen and former Police Chief Richard Bailey.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any questions? There appear to be none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. It's majority vote. The ayes have it. Article 18, to see if the town will vote the following general bylaw or take any action in relation thereto. And I'm not going to read that entire bylaw. It is on scenic roads, and it is in the warrant. And I'll ask for a motion, and I think we can omit reading it, if reading the entire article here, if it is as appears in the warrant.
Yes, it is, Mr. Moderator. We also have a handout that includes this, and there was also a video that was posted earlier within the last, I would say, 7 days that outlines this particular article as well.
Okay. So with the meeting's permission, we won't read that article. It is, and we won't make the motion, but I'll take that as your motion, Mr. Sexton Duranian.
Yes.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Is there any questions on this article? I guess modifying the shade tree bylaw for the town. Mr. Cadigan.
I have a problem with the bylaw as it's written because it only applies to stone walls that are and trees that are in the public way. And I think you'll find that most of our stone walls and trees are not in the public way. So if we're going to retain our stone walls, I think we have to go a little bit out of the public way. And to that end, I would like to make a motion to modify Article 18 to say if a stone wall or roadside tree in good health is within 5 feet of the public way, permission is needed from the planning board and/or the tree warden to remove said wall or tree.
All right, Mr. Cadigan, where exactly would you be making that amendment? Where in this motion? I'm not quite sure where you're putting that.
Yeah, I don't know where to put it either. I haven't got the motion in front of me.
If I might, Mr. Sexton Duranian.
So your amendment is addressing the shade tree issue?
Both stone walls and shade trees that are within 5 feet of the public way.
So to
Go
put
ahead,
it under application C.
Application C.
Yeah.
I within 5 feet of the right-of-way of designated roads. Or you could say within the right-of-way of designated roads and within 5 feet of the right-of-way.
It already says.
Yeah, I'm going to call on town council because I think our jurisdiction with respect to scenic roads is generally limited. There's some wiggle room there, but in terms of the public way, there's not much wiggle room. And I think as far as stone walls, there is a separate law that protects stone walls. So
Moderator?
there is not?
This is it.
No, there is a general law that prohibits disrupting a stone wall, I'm pretty certain. But town
Well,
council, Adam Costa.
There is, the state law doesn't talk about whether the stone wall or the tree is in the public way. It's only this proposed bylaw that wants to regulate stuff in the public way. And only an idiot would build a wall in the public way because the town could come along at any point and knock it down. So, you know, these old farmers that built these walls that we like so much were smart enough to keep them out of the public way. So I'm just trying to preserve these old walls by saying that, you know, if you're close to the public way, if the wall or the tree is close within 5 feet of the public way, it should require specific permission to be removed.
Okay, there's a motion to amend, and is there a second on that?
Second.
Mr. Moderator? Okay, motion to amend, and Mr., we want to go that to town clerk. And second copy? Thank you, Bill. Mr. Costa?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Adam Costa, Town Council. So maybe I can provide a bit of context that might help the voters better understand what I think it is that the planning board is attempting to do with the Scenic Roads bylaw. So Massachusetts has a state statute known as the Scenic Roads Act that allows municipalities, cities and towns to adopt bylaws to regulate scenic roads, and specifically to regulate the removal of trees and the removal or alteration of stone walls within roadways, public roadways, within the actual right-of-way. It doesn't necessarily mean the pavement that you see on the ground, but it means the roadway that is laid out on paper when that roadway was originally established. In Townsend, you've long had regulations on the books regulating scenic roads. You've not had a bylaw. So a discussion occurred with the planning board, I want to say about 6 or 8 months ago, concerning the fact that it hasn't been done correctly in Townsend, and the better way to do it, the more comprehensive way to do it, the enforceable way to do it, is to adopt a bylaw in lieu of the regulations that you've got on the books that would regulate scenic roads. And that's what you've got before you today. The previous speaker is correct that you can, as a municipality, choose to regulate the removal of trees or the alteration of stone walls outside the public right-of-way. That's not what the State Scenic Roads Act authorizes. The Scenic Roads Act focuses on public roadways, but you as a municipality under home rule have the authority to determine that you want to regulate private property as well. You would have to do that by way of a bylaw. We can debate whether it's appropriate to do so in a general bylaw like this one. I will say to the moderator that I have a concern with the proposed amendment because, and my concern isn't so much about the substance of the amendment, that's something that's debatable. My concern is about whether it's within the scope of this particular warrant article as it's been published. The warrant article and the notice that's provided to the public when the public picks up this warrant booklet is that there is a proposal to regulate the removal of trees and the removal or alteration of stone walls within the public right-of-way. What the amendment would do is now regulate portions of private property, and the public and anybody not here today wouldn't be on notice that that's a potential modification that could occur. So again, I'm not speaking to the substance of it, you know, pro or con, for or against. I'm simply saying that I'm concerned that it's outside the scope of the warrant article, and that if the amendment were to pass, the Attorney General's office wouldn't approve it.
Point well taken. I think, given the fact that it does concern property rights and the scope of the, I would rule that the scope of the amendment is outside the scope of the warrant article. Sorry, Bill.
Mr. Moderator.
We could try again next time.
Mr. Moderator, can I ask a question?
Yep.
So if this would, to Adam?
For town council?
Town council, yeah. So the way to do it and make it legal would be to amend this bylaw, should it pass today, at a future town meeting. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Moderator. So that is correct, and I think there are a number of different ways it can be done. There are a handful of communities in Massachusetts that have chosen to more stringently regulate tree removal and work on stone walls beyond the public right-of-way. Some have done that through general bylaws. Others have done that through zoning bylaws. So one option would be to attempt to amend this bylaw should it pass today at a future town meeting. Another way would be to adopt zoning controls, let's say, that would provide some degree of regulation or authority over those sorts of resources, trees and stone walls.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so with my ruling that's outside the scope of the article, I think the motion to amend is moot. And is there anything to be said on the main article?
Hi, I'm Karen DeStasio. I live on Ash Street. My question is, would this apply to Unitil? Because a couple of years ago, Unitil came through and they devastated a lot of the trees and took a lot of the trees down. And we were very upset about that. And I wanted to make sure that they would have to get permission in the future to do that. I realized that a lot of the trees they cut down, they did it because they were in danger of bringing power lines down. But what we saw is they clear-cut areas that really didn't need to be done. So will this protect, and I don't know about anybody else, but we live here because we love trees, and we don't want to see our trees cut down and our wild areas affected by all this. But you cut trees down, you lose soil, things get ruined in the environment. So could anyone answer that question?
Question comes on the motion.
Thank you.
If anyone can address that. Town Council, Adam Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I can address that through you. So the answer is yes. The bylaw does or would apply if it's adopted to utilities. There's also another law on the books in Massachusetts, the public shade tree law, that also applies to utilities and others that might wish to remove trees that qualify under that statute as public shade trees. I will say that utilities do. It becomes an issue if a utility were to be denied permission, because for obvious reasons there may be circumstances that could arise that would require utilities to remove trees. So it's not necessarily as simple to refuse a utility the right to remove a tree as it is to refuse that right to a private party. But that's not to say that it doesn't apply. Permission would still be required.
Okay, thank you, Town Council. Next speaker, I know I better recognize her, if I know it's good for me.
That's right.
Mrs. Barrett.
Yes, Mary Barrett, 38 Highland Street. I just had a question. I was wondering why the application fee is actually more than the punishment, the fine of 100. So the application fee is 150 and the fine's 100. Wouldn't it be better to do it the other way around?
Comment comes on the motion. Mr. Sexton Duranian.
It is that according to what the state regulated was 300, we did a step, we meaning the planning board, decided on a step. The application fee is the processing of it in the individuals that need to be involved in the application when it first comes in.
Would it be appropriate?
Okay.
Excuse me. Would it be,
go ahead, Mrs. Barrett.
yeah, would it be appropriate then to amend it to make at least the penalty for the first offense to be a little bit more than the 150? There's no incentive to really, unless you're just a good soul, to really apply.
A comment comes on the motion, and
my comment would be: are you amending the article?
Could be a motion to amend.
Yeah, it would be a motion to amend, I guess, the first penalty from 100 to maybe at least 150 or 175, just to make it more. 175.
All right, we'll need that in writing.
Okay, no pen.
Want me to write it up for you?
Thank you.
Come on, write it for your life. You know, it was good for you.
To increase the initial fine to 175? Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. That is written. Where'd you go? You got to sign it, Mary. I don't think I can do it. All right. All right, Mary Barrett. All right. She signs mine often enough.
Exactly.
All right. Sorry, Madam Clerk. Was a second on that?
Second.
Okay. Motion made and seconded to amend Article 18 to increase the initial fine to $175. We'll vote on the amendment first. Is there anything to be said about the amendment? Mr. Shaka?
So how would the new article read?
In section F, it would read, violation. A violation of this bylaw shall be punished by a fine of $175 per violation for the first offense, $200 per violation for the second, $300 for the third and subsequent.
Shouldn't that be the motion then, to change section F, read section?
Well, it's basically just changing the amount of the fine. I don't think you have to necessarily recite the fact that it's section F, unless town council thinks it needs to be more clearly expressed. I think
No, Mr. Moderator, I think it's, as long as it's clear that the amendment that is now being voted upon or will soon be voted upon is to alter the first fine or the fine for the first offense from $100 to $175, that's sufficient. And then obviously, when you vote on the article as amended, if the amendment passes, it will incorporate that change.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Sir, on the amendment?
No.
Okay, let's vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the motion to amend to increase the initial fine for first offense to $175, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Okay, it's unanimous. All right, sir? I'm sorry, what's your name again?
Jacek Wozdanowski, 16 Alisa Drive. General comment. I'm not sure what Townsend looked like in 1974. I do agree that it's a beautiful area, but I'm not convinced that every street, other than numbered State Street, is a scenic road. So maybe something to consider for future action, to review if we still agree that every single road within Townsend really qualifies as scenic. I've seen some that I would say are not scenic. Thank you.
Well, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, Mr. Wanowski. But I take that as not a motion, but a comment for future action by this meeting. Thank you for the comments. I think we're ready to vote on the main motion as amended. Anything else to be said? Okay. All those in favor of the motion on, the amended motion on Article 18, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. I heard one no, but Mr. Rahula, do you have a point of order? Okay, go ahead.
Based on what I've heard so far, I move we take no action on this article.
Gene, I think the motion's a little late, because I think, unless I misplaced myself, we just voted on the main article. Didn't we not?
Yes, we did.
Is that the motion to amend?
We voted to amend, and now we just voted on the amendment.
Yeah, I think we just voted on the main motion. We voted to amend it, and then I didn't see any further debate, motion. I called for a vote on the motion to pass it, and we just passed it. Then what's your point of order?
When the prior person spoke, and you said there should be no, I guess, discussion we had to do the amendment vote. That vote was taken. I did not hear the call for the second vote as amended then. It's up for discussion now as amended.
I thought I did. Can we roll the tape? No. No, I thought I asked.
I'll go with the collective memory, but I waited there.
All right, I didn't see you, Gene, to be recognized to speak, so I know people have been just walking up, but sometimes you got to wave your hand too. I will entertain a reopening of the motion. And I guess you don't want to be heard further. Okay. Article 19. See, the town will vote to change Chapter 28-3, Section A and C, dog licenses, fees. And again, I'm going to, with the meeting's permission, not read the article, but ask for a motion. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I have a motion. Do you want me to read the whole thing?
Yes, I think so we can all
Okay.
get at least one read through.
I move that the town vote to change Chapter 28-3, Section A and Section C, dog licenses fees. Section A, the annual fee in the town of Townsend shall be male, female, $11, changing it to $13. Spayed female, neutered male, change it from $6 to $8. Dogs for which their age can be confirmed as 8 years or older, and dogs for which it can be verified by a veterinarian in writing that they cannot be spayed or neutered due to severe medical reasons, shall adhere to the same fee schedule as spayed and neutered dogs. A valid rabies certificate must be presented each time a dog canine is licensed. Kennel 1 to 4 dogs from $25 to $30. Kennel fee 5 to 10 dogs, $50 to $60. Kennel over $10, 10 dogs would be $75 up to $90. Additionally, failure to license and register a dog by May 1st annually shall result in a $25 fine, which will not affect the late fee the town charges. It will be raised to okay. This is a violation fine to be paid to the office of the town clerk on or about May 1st annually. Those owners in violation of the licensing requirement of this bylaw will receive a notice of failure to license, and those that do not pay $25 up to $50 within 21 days shall then go to court.
Okay, the motion has been read. Is there a second? Okay, you guys are on the, okay. I just want to make sure the visitors aren't seconding. Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Any questions or comments on the motion? Appears to be none. I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Article 20, to see if the town will vote to accept Mass General Law, Chapter 64N, Section 3, local tax option at the maximum rate permitted by law, or take any other action in relation thereto. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I
Fiscal.
move that the town vote to accept Mass General Law, Chapter 64N, Section 3, local tax option at the maximum rate permitted by law.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any questions?
I'd like to know what, if
Sorry,
we...
can you, for the record?
I'm sorry? Oh, sorry, Karen Chapman, 302 Main Street. Is this 3% been designated towards anything? Like when we receive it, are we putting it towards housing, towards anything particular?
No, this is just a general tax. It isn't, there would be additional taxes that are, if a vendor or whatever would come to the town and we negotiated a host agreement, any taxes in there, we could determine whether or not they're designated for particular items, but this is just like a sales tax, so to
Okay.
speak.
I understand what it is, I just wondered if we had decided as a town, because
No,
it's new
it would
revenue.
It would just be a general tax, that's all, and go into the general fund, like any food tax, taxes on items.
Has there been any talk about designating it towards something specific?
No, we did
Okay.
not talk
Okay.
about that.
Thank you.
Questions come on the motion?
Can I make a question from here, or do I have to go up there?
No, I think you can do it from there, Chaz.
Chaz Sexton Duranian, 8 South Street. I was on the planning board when we worked through this particular bylaw. And I have two concerns in regards to just asking for 3% right off the rip. It is part of the bylaw that we go into negotiation with anybody who applies to the town for this particular issue. This kind of takes away, I feel that this takes away our bargaining ability, that all of this should be negotiated as opposed to.
This is a separate.
This is.
Can I answer?
Hold on, Chaz, could you finish your comment? You
Okay,
gotta-
because my comments are in regards to the 3% for the marijuana tax.
All right, your question is that can this number be negotiated with the vendor or the person?
No, I think I'm speaking on a different article. So I withdraw my comment.
Okay, this is
This is
to
the marijuana tax. Okay, so it is correct. Okay, I am correct then. The way that, because the state says that the town can ask for 3%, if a company comes in and says that they want to be able to build a facility, for instance, regardless of what the, whether it's a growing facility or a research facility or whatever, I would think that the town would be in a better position to negotiate with, to get a company like this in here in regards to that 3%. To have them come in and say that we're going to, the negotiations start at 3%, I think is putting us in a position where we could negotiate that.
All right, comments come on the motion, and Mr. Shank.
Thanks, Jazz. Joe Shank, 77 Turner Road, Townsend. This 3% isn't anything that we cannot negotiate. This is a tax that we have to have on the books, that it's an automatic 3%. When we go to a host agreement with anybody that comes here, then we can negotiate 10%, 20%. We can tell them we want them to buy us a new ladder truck. That's where our negotiation is. But I do believe what I read is we have to at least have this on the books.
All right, this article would just essentially establish correct me if I'm wrong, a 3% tax on, I guess, marijuana sold in the town. And just similar to, I think we adopted a surcharge of some sort for meals tax or for hotels at one time. Is that correct, Mr. Costa?
Mr. Moderator, that's correct. The only clarification I'd offer, and I think it's clear from the description that's in the warrant, is that it's the retail sale of marijuana either by a marijuana retailer or a marijuana dispensary. So in the event that there were a marijuana cultivation facility or a marijuana processing facility that was cultivating or processing that product and then was shipping that product off to be sold at a retailer outside of Townsend, there wouldn't be any taxation of that product. It's simply taxation on the end sales if they occur in the town of Townsend.
Okay, clarification comes on the motion. Anything else to be said? All right, say we're ready to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 21, see if the town will vote to approve the establishment of a stabilization fund by the North Middlesex Regional School District commencing July 1st, 2021, pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 71, Section 16G and a half, or take any action in relation thereto.
Mr. Moderator?
Motion. Mr. Shank.
I move that the town vote to appropriate the establishment of a stabilization fund by the North Middlesex School District commencing July 1, 2021, pursuant to General Law C 71, Section 16G and a half.
Second. Motion is made and seconded. Any questions? Any comments? Appears we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 21, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. No. Okay. The noes have it. Zoning bylaws and adoptions. Article 22. Let's see. All right, I guess I can read this. 2, see if the town will vote to accept the provisions of Chapter 43D of the Mass General Laws as amended pursuant to Section 11, Chapter 205 of the Acts of 2006, and to approve the filing of an application with the Interagency Permitting Board for the designation of land off Dudley Road, Map 28, Block 57, Lot 0, and 66 Brookline Street, Map 27, Block 4, Lot 0, and 222 Main Street, Map 51, Block 71, Lot 0, and 365 Main Street, Map 18, Block 7, Lot 0, as a priority development site, or take any action in relation thereto. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to accept the provisions of Chapter 43D of the Mass General Laws as amended pursuant to Section 11 of Chapter 205 of the Acts of 2006, and to approve the filing of an application with the Interagency Permitting Board for the designation of land off Dudley Road, Map 28, Block 57, Lot 0, and 66 Brookline Street, Map 27, Block 4, Lot 0, and 222 Main Street, Map 51, Block 71, Lot 0, and 365 Main Street, Map 18, Block 7, Lot 0, as a priority development.
Second? Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Any comments on the motion? Questions? Yep.
Jonathan Snaith, South Row Road. These are fast-track properties. What are they being marked for? Anything or something specific?
Questions come on the motion? The Town Council, Adam Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So that's generally correct. Chapter 43D is a provision, a chapter in the Massachusetts General Laws that was adopted about 8 or 9, maybe 10 years ago, that allows municipalities to designate certain sites as priority development sites. That's the acronym PDS that you see used. Originally, when this statute was contemplated by the legislature, it was available to any municipality, but when it was ultimately adopted, it was an opt-in statute. That's how it was adopted. So municipalities have to vote at a town meeting if they choose to adopt the statute and to designate certain sites for expedited development. And what that really means is that you commit as a municipality with respect to these sites to make permit decisions, all permit decisions within a 180-day time frame from the date that complete submittals are made. So really this has been used by municipalities across the state as an economic development tool in an effort to try and drive traffic to sites that are underutilized, sites that are available for development. Originally it was an industrial or commercial development only tool, but it has since been expanded to allow for mixed-use properties, residential properties as well.
Okay, comments come on the motion. Mrs. Chapman.
Karen Chapman, 302 Main Street. In relation to the off Dudley Road parcel, does the Atwood well or restrictions in that well contradict anything? Like, is there any issue between that well and doing this?
That has been taken into consideration. Each one of these sites have been, there was a feasibility studied on each one of these properties to make sure that they have followed all the guidelines for the interagency permitting board. So yes, in answer to your question, that has been in consideration.
So they looked at the well for this particular property?
That is correct,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Yep.
All right, comments come on the motion, and this itself is not a zoning bylaw, but we are adopting provisions of the Mass General laws, correct?
Correct. Simple majority.
Okay. Anything further to be said? Seeing none, I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. And it appears unanimous. Okay, Article 23.
Moderator, if I could make a motion that we revisit Article 21.
The motion to reconsider?
Yes, reconsider. Not because I think we should read it. We just rushed through that, and I was just speaking to the superintendent, and he came here to speak on it, and
No, I'm sorry.
we normally have a courtesy that we allow the superintendent to come talk about articles like this. I'm not really in favor of it, but I'm in favor of extending the courtesy to, even if we revote the same way.
I think that's a
to allow
valid
him
reason
to
for
come in and
reconsideration.
Reconsider it?
Is there a second to that motion? Okay, motion's been made and seconded to reconsider, which we have to vote on. So this requires a majority vote. All those in favor of reconsidering Article 21, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it. Article 21 is therefore back before us. And Superintendent, did you want to address it?
That'd be great, thank you.
Yeah, I get that.
Sorry, we're trying to get through this quickly, so if I
Not a
missed,
problem.
I didn't
I
see you.
promise I won't take too much time. Brad Morgan, School Superintendent. This is Nancy Haynes, the School Business Manager. Just to, again, revisit this, we are not asking to fund the Stabilization Fund. We are simply asking to establish one. This year, the past 2 years actually, we have held 4 budget summits annually with town leadership. Our Stabilization Fund will be clearly outlined year by year in our budget process. So the town will have the opportunity to vote for or against appropriating money for the Stabilization Fund. So again, all we're asking for today is to establish it, not to fund it. We just want the opportunity to establish it, just like Neshoba Technical High School has a Stabilization Fund as a regional. So annually, part of our budget process, I'm sure that you've seen my budget messages, which are quite lengthy, that I work on with Ms. Haynes, and budget summits, which the town managers, Board of Selectmen, and FinCom are invited to. This will all be a part of our budget process. It will be a line item in our budget that will come before you each year. And to be quite honest, we budget about $250,000 a year for capital improvements. That allows us to keep pace with what we need to in this district. The best example I can give the town of Townsend of when that won't be enough money is the Spalding Memorial School. As you know, the front entrance of that school has a lot of steps. It was falling apart last year, and we resurfaced those steps. Even with a very light winter this year, salt and ice melt did damage. At some point in time, we are going to have to replace those steps, seek an ADA waiver, which is unlikely, and then do a complete redesign entrance to that building, which $250,000 will not even come close to touching. So the Stabilization Fund, again, would give us the opportunity to transparently budget and show you where the money's going annually, allow it to accrue interest, and then it would become a part of our capital plan moving forward. So we're just asking for the opportunity, that's all. And then annually, we would be asking for permission to put money into it from all 3 towns.
All right, thank you, Mr. Morgan. So we thank you for that explanation. And any other questions, comments? Question, Ms. Kell?
Yeah, I guess my concern, I voted no. And my concern is that, you know, if you look at our budget, we're 24 million, and over half of our budget is the schools. Right now, the way I understand it is you have any excesses in E&D, and there's a state regulation or whatever that requires you to return to the communities anything over that. With this, you would be able to move funds into there, is that correct? Into stabilization? And then the next question becomes, if we were to say no to the transfer into stabilization, does our vote count? Or is it only, or is it negated if the other two towns in the district vote yes?
Comment, a question comes on the
I guess there were
motion?
several questions.
Yeah, I'll make an attempt if that's okay.
Go ahead. And I'm sorry, your name again?
Nancy Haynes, the business manager for North Middlesex.
Okay, Nancy, thank you.
So to move money into that stabilization account would require that it be part of the budget process. And if it was outside of the budget process, we would have to recertify the budget to the member towns. They would have 45 days to approve that, as just like any other budget revision would be. So we can't just take a line in the budget and move it into the stabilization without that vote happening. So the plan would be to appropriate it as part of the budget process.
But the vote is 2 out of 3, correct? It's not
Vote
that
for the budget is 2 out of 3, correct.
Okay.
And there are already costs associated with capital that are in the budget. This would be a way to plan for some of the larger ones that might be coming down the road. So we're planning right now for our other post-employment benefits trust fund, and when you put that money in an account, it's allowed to grow, and therefore, at some point down the road, if we were able to fund this, it would generate interest and allow us to fund some of those capital projects, not out of the operating budget, but out of the stabilization account, very similar to the way you've funded your capital plan today, out of your stabilization. And that was not, it was taxpayer money at one point, but it allowed to accumulate interest and then therefore fund projects down the road. It won't happen immediately, obviously. We'll have to be cautious with, working with member towns to decide on how much to fund into the stabilization account.
Okay, comments come on the motion. Mr. Shank?
Question, do you have a idea as to what kind of money you're thinking to start this fund with? And where is that going to come from?
So again, I wouldn't say that we have an idea as to what we would start the fund with. It would be a part of the budget process. And obviously, we're looking annually to make sure that our budget is manageable for all three member districts. So it would be a part of the budget process that 2 out of the 3 towns would have to approve in order to move money into it.
Okay, so we're already struggling with our school budget. No disrespect to anyone, it's a big project, I get that. But most of our budget is schools. And if we sit here and we move forward with that, then next year when we come to town meeting, you're gonna come to us with a higher budget because we've just put more money into that. So I'm just very concerned is where we're going to go, where's the end game as far as the amount of money that's going to be. It's great you guys will have all that money in there. I get that. You can get interest. But where's it going to benefit the town of Townsend?
So again, just to be honest, I think that's where the budget summits come into play, when we're all sitting down at a table. And again, overall, the goal of those summits is to have the town manager, 1 representative from the Board of Selectmen and 1 representative from the FinCom from each of the 3 communities there with school committee members and school district leadership. And certainly more members are able to come if they would like, but that's what we ask for from each town. So we try to collaborate on how to address issues that are both town-related and school-related together to make it so that it's manageable for both sides.
All right, comments come on the questions on the motion. Okay, Mr. Cadigan?
I think one of the things that town meeting needs to understand is that the 2 out of 3 votes for the budget generally preclude Townsend from having any input on that budget, because Pepperell always votes for it and Ashby always votes for it, whatever it is, and Townsend has to go along. So I'm sympathetic to the school department, but I'm not in favor of this whole regional thing where we basically lose our right to object to a budget, whether it's reasonable or unreasonable. And the other thing is when we were in discussions with the engineers on the school, with the zoning board and stuff, the school population is declining in this town. Somebody said that we have a lot of seniors in the town, and so I'm waiting for the school budget to start declining in proportion to the number of students. And inflation is down, interest rates are negligible right now, so I don't see why we should support a savings account for the school department, which basically we're not going to have any say on how much money they put into this account. Thank you.
Okay, comments come on the motion. Ms. King didn't wave her hand, and Ms. King?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I want to say that I changed my mind on my vote on this. I voted against it a few minutes ago, but I've changed my mind after getting the explanation from the superintendent that he's asking not for any money right now. He's asking just to put a line number on the budget. And like I've said before, that it's up to our town leadership who does the negotiations. I've sat there on those budget summits and been completely bamboozled and not known what the hell is going, excuse my language, what's going on so initially, but being there and learning about how the budget works, it's not always that Townsend's the odd town out and we lose every time. That's not true. It circles around. Ashby was often the one that turns everything down because they don't want any of their taxes going up. So they usually said no to everything. They've adjusted sometimes, and sometimes it's Pepperell. It depends on what the expectation. There's all kinds of things the way the budget works on the schools. And yes, I agree completely. More than half of our budget does go to the schools. And on this, he's only asking to put the line, to be able to negotiate with each of the towns on having a stabilization fund and how much to put in it. And I think, I'm actually going to say this, I trust our town leadership in the finance committee, the town administrator, and the town board of selectmen to go to these meetings and to fight for what they think. And none of the towns, I'm sure that all the towns are going to have the same conversation at their town meeting if they haven't had their town meeting already, to try to figure out what's going on. But our leadership knows that we can't afford to say $20 million into, we don't need to double the budget for the schools so that they can put money in a savings account. I don't think that that's even reasonable to expect that will happen. I'm sure that there'll be some money put into that, but I think that just at this stage, let them have the line item and let our leadership figure out what the budget will be next year. It's not costing us a penny right now, any more than the regular school budget. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. All right, comments come on the motion. Ms. Messing?
Heidi Messing, Proctor Road. I'm going to vote yes on this for a couple of reasons. First of all, this is a $14 million a year operation. You can't expect them to run an operation with all those capital facilities with no savings account or no way to plan or budget ahead of time for their capital expenses. You want to know what the benefit is to the town? We just built an $87 million, $83 million high school. We had to borrow a lot of money for that. We're going to be paying for that for decades. Well, if we let people put a little bit of money away and in anticipation of these capital expenses that are always going to be coming, we don't have to go through that process that often and pay those kind of bond fund rates.
All right, comments come on the motion. Mr. Shank.
Ms. Messing, I want to just maybe correct what you just said. You said they're running their school on a $14 million budget. Just so to be clear, that's $14 million that we are paying. Okay, so we got 14 million, Ashby's got a percentage, but I just want to clarify, they're not running that school on $14 million.
You're absolutely right. That's just our share. So their budget is actually a lot more than that. So that's even a stronger argument for having them be able to plan ahead for their capital expenditures. We're not always going to have such a giant one as the high school, but there are lots and lots of capital expenditures every year for all the capital facilities. Also, I got to disagree with Mr. Cadigan. Ashby usually votes no, not yes,
Okay.
on the school budget.
All right, thank you for the comments. Mr. Templeton.
Rob Templeton, 20 Hillside Drive. I was on the school committee for quite a while. Look, I think we're a very fiscally conservative town, and to me, to have a savings account for the school seems like the right thing to do. Let's set this up, plan for the future, and we will have a say in these budgets. I know from being on the school committee, there are a number of opportunities for everybody here to go to budget hearings, and typically there are 0 people that show up. So show up to the meetings, we'll talk about what those expenditures are, and I think, I know the town administrator and the Board of Selectmen can say that the school has worked with the towns every year on this, so it's not done in a vacuum. To me, this makes sense.
All right, thank you. Comments? Mr. Superintendent?
Yes. Thank you. Just one more side note. I do realize that when it comes to the budget, that it does have to be 2 out of 3 towns in order to get the budget passed. That said, I do feel that here in Townsend, I have a very good working relationship with the town manager, and this being my 3rd budget, I would say with a lot of confidence that we approach budgets in looking to get all 3 towns, not just 2, but all 3 towns in a place where they can move forward with our budget and feel like they're in a good place. Okay, so we do work to do that with all 3.
Any comments come on the motion? Ms. Lewand, approaching. People, wave your hand so I know that you're not just stretching your legs.
Yeah, right. I don't know how I feel about it, but I know that I feel that with the new school and the new field, that the community is being excluded and not allowed to use anything that we do pay for. And that's why I would vote no, because I see no reciprocity. We give money, we can't use anything. Just something as simple as walking the track. That's where I stand.
Comments come on the motion. Superintendent, can you address that? And I'd ask you to speak to that simply because I've been told that as well, that
sure,
townspeople are excluded from any use of the school field, the walking track.
So as far as walking the property is certainly open before and after school hours, but that would not be true of the track, primarily because we have tried to find an affordable way to supervise the track, and we have had issues on certain days when the track wasn't being supervised with animals on the track. And you know what happens when animals are on the track and on the turf field. And the reality is that if we can't properly supervise it, that field, which costs $1 million, and we do have a warranty on it, it's insured, and it's something that we have to pay for on an annual basis, then we will, for all intents and purposes, void the warranty. So if there is damage done because we're not able to supervise it, and by supervising it, again, I did reach out to the senior centers to see if there was a way for a tax rebate, to see if we could have seniors potentially supervise the track, or another way to possibly make it so that it was affordable without putting too much with regard to staffing on it, and I have not had any luck at this point in time. So it really comes down to supervision. If we can get supervision at the track can certainly be open, but we have not been successful in trying to find ways to do that to this point. But we
Okay,
do have to protect the warranty as well.
Okay, thank you for that comment. Mr. Shank?
Brad, this goes to you, I guess. Hang out for a minute. So I'm just a little concerned. Your big concern is animals, is what you said? Are you talking dogs, cats?
So
Deer?
it's a combination, and I did leave one thing out. It would be dogs, and we have had issues with dogs. We've actually had issues with dogs on all of our fields, where people will, for instance, take the bag that they collect the feces in and hang them on the fence and not take it with them. And they're doing that in fields across the district. So it has been a problem. But on top of that, something that I've seen in my own town, I live in Chelmsford, and their field, they have 2 turf fields. One of them is open. The turf field that is open is, I believe, 8 years old. It is in horrific shape because there are bikes on the track on a regular basis. It is completely unsupervised, and the turf is ripped in a number of areas. So and again, in the town, because there were so many donors, it was paid for. So there's no warranty, there's no bill that has to be paid annually. But we have to make sure that we're able to pay for it and also keep the warranty up as well.
And I can respect that, I guess.
Mr. Shank,
I'm sorry.
try to keep it, I think we've addressed it, but go ahead.
I can respect that, but here's the new school in town. A lot of people prior to that new turf, I know I've seen it many days go by, older people, younger people walking that track. That's their exercise. It's a good thing. Put that new building up, put that new track in there. You say you have a staffing problem to supervise it. Well, your school budget's pretty big. I would think, I don't know exactly how you'd want to staff it, but somebody going by, but to lock the town out of it, I don't think that's the proper thing to do.
So again, I can certainly look at alternatives. It's something that the school committee has been involved with as well.
Sorry, Mr. Jackson?
Oh, sorry.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I think, Mr. Jackson, you're making a point of order, because I think we're straying a little bit.
I'd like to make a point of order. I'm sorry. All these are important issues, but I thought the way I understand it is we're voting on establishing a stabilization fund with no money for the school, period.
Right.
We're going to vote on that, right? Is that correct?
Right. That's the point of order, well taken. We're straying a bit from that article. So thank you, Mr. Superintendent. And I think there were some issues there that needed to be addressed, but I didn't think we would take that much time to do it. Back on track here on Article 21, which is we already voted to reconsider it, so it's before you. And is there anything further to be said on this article? Mr. Chapman?
Sheldon Chapman, 302 Main Street. I'm on the school committee for the Neshoba Valley Technical High School. And I can tell you, before we were able to have a stabilization fund, on a yearly basis, you're constantly pivoting to deal with the emergencies that come up. I believe this particular article has no money involved. It's just to allow the school to try to budget for a stabilization fund for emergencies that are going to occur in the future. I just asked the town not to be short-sighted and not allow the school the flexibility to be able to pivot and react to emergencies that are going to happen in the future. Thank you.
Okay, comments come on the motion. Can't tell. All right, this is like Ms. Hoff?
Yeah, Emmy Hoff, 90 North End Road. This is definitely on stabilization. 2 quick questions. Neshoba Valley, do you have an E&D fund? And do you know what it is? What the amount is in it? Brad, Mr. Superintendent, please, what is the amount of money in your E&D fund? I'm reading underneath it here, and the reasons that you gave for the stabilization fund, like renovations to Spalding, capital, and emergencies, underneath this E&D fund, excess and deficiency, those are all descriptives of what that's supposed to be used for. So I'm wondering if you have a total of how much has been sitting in there and why that isn't being used for those things that it says it should be. It says right here there's no restrictions on the use of the E&D fund, and it's typically used for one-time or unforeseen, but it's also used for supporting the district annual budget, capital improvements and repairs, used for emergency and unforeseen projects, and non-recurring or unforeseen expenses. So I'm just a little confused why we're doing a stabilization fund that you're saying is to be used for the exact same thing as the E&D fund that is to be used for.
Okay, I take it and I understand, Ms. Hoffman, I understand you have a question about this related to the stabilization, but Mr.
Yes.
Rahula?
Point of order.
Great question.
Now doing exactly what we said we weren't going to do.
Well, the question came on the stabilization fund. So, because it relates to how does that interact with the efficiency, what is it, the E&N fund, right? E&D, sorry. Is there a short answer to that, Mr. Morgan?
So in E&D right now, we have 3.2 million. This year, we are looking to use 2.045%, 2.045 million, excuse me, out of E&D to support the budget and also help lower assessments.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Rahula.
Second that.
Yes.
Okay, motion's been made to move the question. This will cut off debate. All those in favor of moving the question, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. It's unanimous. The reconsidered Article 21 is before you, and there's no further debate, having adopted the motion to move the question. So all those in favor of Article 21 to establish in a stabilization fund for the North Middlesex Regional School District, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. No. The noes still have it. Next, we have, I think we voted on Article 22. We have now Article 23. If we have 7 people that want to have a count, we will count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we have 7. All right, counters, please come forward. This one, majority, right? All right, again, let's see. Bill and, we got everybody. Is Ano still here?
White stuff.
Okay. There he is. Okay. All right, all those in favor of the article, the motion on Article 21, please stand to be counted.
This is the yes. I mean, it might be short-sighted. Before I feel confident in it. Because I mean, the fact that you can't use the buildings, all we have to do is save flats to something.
So use it?
I looked at the amount of people
Okay. Don't count me unless, you don't count me unless it's a tie. Okay, 29 outside, inside? 11. Okay, all those We're not done yet. All right, everyone sit down. All those who are opposed to the motion on Article 21, please stand. Is it a majority?
I'm not sure. I would think so, unless it's our bylaw. This is if you're standing there now. Do you want to be standing or not?
I'll stand. I'll stand.
I just needed where it's going to the budget. And I need some confidence.
Yeah.
I didn't go to the budget here, maybe two, I think.
Okay, no's on the tent?
15?
12.
The young lady just came from over there and wanted to be added to the first
To the ayes? Okay.
Eyes in the tent. I forgot myself. So the 11 changes to 12.
Okay, so 13. Okay. All right, thank you. 42 to T7, all right. Okay. Great. 6. All right, we have 42 votes aye, 27 votes no. And my understanding is this does require a 2/3 vote to pass. So 69 would need 46. Okay. 42 yes, 27 no.
Okay.
So to establish a stabilization account requires a 2/3 vote. So the vote does not pass. The article does not pass. Not. Yeah, I think the articles may be, let's see, 72. Majority. Yeah, it's majority. It says majority, but town council, if you could address that, because normally a stabilization would require a 2/3 vote, but.
Mr. Moderator.
But to establish a stabilization account.
Right, Mr. Moderator. So the previous speaker is correct in the sense that the warrant booklet says majority vote, and there's always been an effort in Townsend to sort of divide the articles into categories and to state what the requisite quantum of vote is for each category. I think this one should have just been clarified that it's a 2/3 vote. With the Municipal Modernization Act that was adopted in 2016, the legislature tried to simplify certain aspects of municipal government, and when they did that, they reduced the quantum of vote to simple majority for purposes of placing money into a stabilization account. But they didn't change the quantum of vote for money out of a stabilization account, and they also didn't change the quantum of vote for establishing a stabilization account. Both of those still require the 2/3. In fact, I'm looking at the IGR from the Mass Department of Revenue on my screen at the moment, so.
Okay, so it is a 2/3 vote. The vote was 42 in favor, 27 opposed, so it fails to carry. All right, that brings us to Article 23. To see if the town will vote to amend the zoning bylaw. As indicated in the warrant, this is to establish a a separate bylaw for age-restricted development, a new addition to the bylaw, zoning bylaws. And I'm not going to read this, and it is, with the planning boards, I understand that it is as printed in the warrant. So unless there's an objection, we won't read the whole bylaw. Is there any objection? Okay. I'd like to at least have a motion, though, to adopt this as printed in the warrant.
Yes. Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to amend the zoning bylaw to add 145-54A age-restricted development as outlined in the warrant article.
Okay.
Second.
All right, motion's been made and seconded. Is there anything to be said? And just to clarify before we get into it again, do we quantum a vote here as in zoning, but we do have the new law that was passed recently, and I'm not sure if this applies to this, but I'm suspecting it does.
Mr. Moderator, it does not. It still
It does
requires
not.
a two-thirds.
Still requires a two-thirds.
two-thirds,
Okay.
that's correct.
Okay, it's before you. Mr. Cadigan.
I've got a couple of problems with this article as written. The main one is that this is basically not restricted to any particular area of town, zoning district. So that would mean that anywhere in town that somebody wanted to build one of these high-density projects, they could do that. And my original thoughts on this age-restricted housing was to either target parcels like they did on the 43D article, or at least target a zoning district. So I'm going to make another motion I move that the town modify Article 23, item B1A, to read, and I'm going to go along with 2 or more acres of land unless any part of a parcel lies in the downtown commercial district, Townsend Center or West Townsend, or within 1,000 foot of said district. So the idea is that would allow a smaller parcel than the 2 acres to be used. And the idea is to, if we target parcels near the downtown, we have an opportunity to transform our downtown from what it is now to something that people would actually like to live and walk around in a lot more than they do now.
All right, do you have that motion in writing, Bill? Okay, I'm going to read it again. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so the amendment is, I move that the town modify or amend Article 23, item B1A to read, B1A would read, instead, 2 or more acres of land unless any part of a parcel lies in the downtown commercial district, parentheses, Townsend Center or West Townsend, or within 1,000 feet of said district. So, just clarification, this is a requirement that it have 2 or more acres of land. Unless the parcels are located in those districts, it would not require 2 acres. Is that the intent, Bill? Okay. All right. Motion been made and seconded to amend. Any discussion on the amendment? All right. Mr. Rahula.
Gene Rahula, 57 Barker Hill Road. Are we able to amend a planning board's report and do the necessary review of a bylaw change today?
Question comes on the motion, and you do tangentially point out the fact that we do need a report from the planning board.
And on this amendment from the planning board.
I'm going to defer to town council on whether or not we can amend. I know we have been relatively strict about amending proposed bylaws, zoning bylaws, but it would seem to, I don't know, Adam, you address that?
I will, through you, Mr. Moderator. So we often address the question of whether an article or a proposed floor amendment to an article is within the four corners of the article, and we've already had occasion to do that once today. The question is similar when it comes to a zoning bylaw amendment, because zoning bylaw amendments, in addition to being brought forward to town meeting, prior to that are brought to the planning board, and the planning board conducts a statutory public hearing and provides the public with an opportunity to comment and opine on the anticipated warrant article, and then makes a recommendation. The question is whether the floor amendment at town meeting materially changes the article in such a way that the planning board's public hearing would no longer be deemed sufficient to provide an opportunity to speak to the particulars of the article. If you're asking me for an opinion, and maybe you're not, Mr. Moderator, so I don't want to offer it unless you're asking me for an opinion.
Well, I have to say I am torn as far as this goes. I think it's some utility to have the ability to make amendments, but I know they are to be generally disfavored when we're dealing with zoning bylaws. And my gut feeling is that this does, again, significantly change what has been presented and voted on by the planning board. So I think that it does, I think it would fall outside the scope of the article, simply because people might not have thought it was that worrisome if you had to have 2 acres. I think the intent is a good one, Bill, myself, but I think it might change be a little bit too different from the scope of the proposed bylaw. So I will rule the motion out of order. Motion to amend.
Can I speak to that since there was a second?
Yep.
Laura Schifrin, 28 Barker Hill Road. And I served on planning board and was at the public hearings for this. And we've worked on this age-restricted bylaw for quite some time. And I have to say that I agree with Bill's amendment to it. The whole point was to try to get more areas where we could build and where people would want to live and be able to, I don't want to say walk around because you can't use that word, but near enough so that people could facilitate being more in the downtown area. I don't think that his amendment alters that greatly, in that it is within what discussions took place during public hearing. And also, it just may have been something that we missed. I think he was astute in his amendment. So I would encourage you to not pass over it, but to let the voters make the decision on the amendment. Thank you.
I'm going to ask, I guess, at this point, I'll withdraw my ruling and ask for the report of the planning board on this article. Do we have a report of the planning board?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Chas?
Mr. Moderator, this is a proposed bylaw amendment amending Article 9 entitled Special Provisions by adding a new section 145-54A entitled Age Restricted Development. In accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 5, the Planning Board held a public hearing on Monday, 12/21/2020, and continued to 1/11/21, and continued to 2/8/2021, and closed on 2/22/21. To review a zoning bylaw amendment submitted by the planning board to see if the town will vote to amend Article 9 entitled Special Provisions by adding a new section 145-54A entitled Age Restricted Development of the zoning bylaws of the Town of Townsend. The public hearing was closed on 2/22/21 during a regularly scheduled meeting of the Townsend Planning Board, and a motion was made by Laura Schifrin and seconded by Carol Hofstas to place the bylaw amendment as proposed with the elimination of number 7, Section E, Development Standards. The development shall be served by public water on the warrant for 2021 annual town meeting. A roll call vote was taken as follows. Aye, Carol Hofstas, Laura Schifrin, Charles Sexton Duranian, Lance McNally. The motion carried.
Okay, thank you, Chaz.
You need this, Mr. Moderator?
Okay. All right, the planning board approved this. Is there any discussion, I guess, on the amendment? I'm going to allow some debate on it. Is there anything further to be said? And in fact, I think I can call for a vote of the meeting if I'm in doubt on the scope. Maybe not. No, I guess that's my call. Yeah. Okay. Is there anything to be said on the motion? I can hear what people's thinking here. Is there anybody concerned about this, a motion to amend, given what's been, Ms. King?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm not real sure, this is not an area that I'm all that familiar with, but I know we need more housing and I know that all the boards that have any impact on this have been working hard at trying to do something. The amendment alone, I'd rather personally pass it or not pass it as it is, and where this does ask a lot of questions, including from yourself, that if we want to make an amendment, get this through, if we want to make an amendment to it later on, next year, because we don't have anything going yet, nothing's being built, let the planning board and housing and whoever look at this again, and if they want to recommend, have the public hearings, if we're going to make an amendment to this bylaw, let's do it at our next town meeting. But for right now, let's get it through the way that the planning board intended it, because they've already worked through all those kinks, so they've thought. Thank you.
Go ahead. Jock?
My only question is, if we choose to put this, or to hold off and vote on this at a later point, don't we have to table this so the planning board could bring it up at the next meeting? Isn't there a two-year delay, or does that not apply to the planning board?
If we don't pass it?
If we voted it down,
right,
and it come back to the town
right,
meeting.
it has to have the approval of the planning board to come back, unless it's after 2 years. Within 2 years, it needs the approval of the planning board. Ms. Kell?
Veronica Calmetto Road. I guess I agree with Cindy on this. I think we should vote on the article as it stands and then consider amendments, holding public hearings, to amend anything. But I think we should vote, and if this does pass, then come back with an amendment similar to what we did with the other, the Scenic Roads bylaw.
Actually, under the town meeting time, it is the moderator's call about whether or not, at least in the first instance, whether or not it's within the four corners or the scope of the article. And to avoid risk, I think, to the bylaw, I am going to rule that it is outside the scope of the article, and it should have to be dealt with at a future meeting. So, that being said, the basic article is before you. Is there any discussion further on that? Okay, appears we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the Article 23, the motion on Article 23 to adopt a new section to the zoning bylaw entitled Age Restricted Development, which is as printed in the warrant, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Okay, I'm going to rule that I only heard one no and a lot of ayes, so I'm going to rule that that's 2/3 vote And the article passes. Next one is special legislation articles. Article 24, to see if the town will vote to authorize selectmen to petition the general court for enactment of special legislation repealing and replacing Townsend Home Rule Charter, so called, as adopted at the town election in 1999, filed in the office of the Archivist of the Commonwealth, as provided in Section 12 of Chapter 43B of the General Laws, as amended by Chapter 4 of the Acts of 2014, if and as otherwise amended as follows: an act approving the Townsend Special Act Charter. So this is to adopt the revised charter, and I'm not going to read the rest of the article. Just ask for a motion. Is there a motion? Mr. Page.
John Page, Smith Street. I move to see if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to petition the General Court for the enactment of special legislation repealing and replacing the Townsend Home Rule Charter, so-called, adopted at the town election in 1999 and filed in the office of the Archivist of the Commonwealth as provided in Section 12 of Chapter 43B of the General Laws, as amended by Chapter 4 of the Acts of 2014, if and as otherwise amended as follows. An act approving the Townsend Special Charter, Section 1, the Townsend Home Rule Charter originally adopted at the town election in 1999 on file with the Office of the Archivist of the Commonwealth as subsequently amended is hereby repealed and replaced. Section 2, the following shall be the Townsend Special Act Charter. Detailed summary and complete proposal can be found on the town's website and has also been provided to anyone who wanted it here today. Section 3, the General Court may make clerical or editorial changes to the charter only, provided that the Board of Selectmen may, before enactment by the General Court, approve such other changes as reasonably vary the form and substance of the requested legislation within the scope of the general public objectives of the town's petition. Section 4, this act shall take effect upon its passage, all in accordance with the Charter Review's report to the Board of Selectmen dated March 10th, 2020. And I would ask that we not have to read the other 33 pages.
Okay, yeah, okay, I'll take that as, does anyone want to read the other 34 pages? No, okay. It is as printed. There was at least two handouts. One showed the new charter, the revised charter, complete in a clean copy, and the other showed what was changed in red line. So I think the meeting has agreed that we can proceed. Is there any further discussion about the amended charter? Mr. Shank.
Mr. Moderator, thank you. I think that the Charter Committee has been working on this for several years. They have spent hours on hours on hours. I think we need to approve it as it's in front of us. I have the trust and faith in that committee and board to do what's right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shank. And I would like to say, yes, we did spend several years on it. We had a group of 9 people. To quote one of my favorite musical acts, what a long, strange trip it's been. But we've got it forward, and I think we've done a good work, and I do hope that the town will vote to pass this on.
Okay. I'm going to ask if there is any questions about the charter. It's before you. Hopefully people have had enough time to review it. My initial impression or thought was that we would take it article by article, but I don't know if that is necessary. And I would just ask if there's any questions, and it appears Ms. Stockwell does have one.
I do. Julia Stockwell, 203 Lunenburg Road. I'm just concerned that people do not understand the distinction between the town charter, the regular home rule town charter, and the special acts charter. So if somebody could just briefly explain that. I know you can't make amendments today. You either have to vote it yes or no.
Can maybe Adam, the town council, could you address that?
I can, Mr. Moderator. Thank you. And so I'll direct my comments to the previous speaker and to the body. So there are a couple of different ways that a municipality can adopt or amend a charter. And as you probably know, there are many municipalities that don't have charters at all. The first way to do it is probably the more complicated of the two ways, but it's the statutory charter, often referred to as the Home Rule Charter, where you establish a Home Rule Charter Commission. And that commission, pursuant to very strict statutory process and deadlines, has to meet over a period of 10 to 18 months, has to evaluate either the existing charter, if it's a proposal to amend the charter, or if it's a new charter altogether, has to meet to develop that charter. And that process, again, is undertaken over a period of many months, and ultimately it culminates in a bringing forward of the final product, either the new charter or the amended charter, and that's brought forward to the public at a municipal election. That is a process that historically has been followed by most of the municipalities that have adopted charters, only because that's the statutory process that has existed with an intent to adopt or amend a charter for a very long time now. The other way to adopt or amend a charter, and I would say in my recent experience anyway, it's the more common way these days, is what you see here, a special act charter. And the end result is the same. You still have a charter. The charter still has more or less the same force and effect, whether it's adopted pursuant to the statutory process or as a special act charter. The difference is a special act charter is exactly what it sounds like. It's a charter that is developed by the municipality. You're not beholden to a statutory process, so you don't have a 10 to 18 month process that's laid out by statute with specific deadlines and a certain progress that must be made. Rather, you convene very often, as most municipalities do, a more or less formal, a more informal charter committee, let's say, as you've done here in Townsend. That committee can meet over a period of sometimes a few months, sometimes many months, as was the case in Townsend. And the finished product is brought to town meeting. Town meeting votes it in the form of special legislation, and that special legislation is then submitted to the Massachusetts legislature and requires a vote of the legislature to adopt it. If the legislature approves it, it's sent back to the town, and it becomes effective, as was just read in the warrant article, on the date of its passage.
I guess my concern was that I know it goes to the legislator to vote, and with a lot of towns now doing that same process, it takes a much longer time to get it through the legislator before it's actually approved.
Through you, I'll try and address that too briefly.
If you would.
So you are correct. I mean, it's the case with any sort of special legislation that it takes some time to go through the legislative process. I just did this in a neighboring community, a special act process, a full charter revision, as substantial or significant as yours. And it took a period of, I think it was on the order of 8 to 10 months, start to finish, from the date we submitted it until the date that we received it back from the legislature. I think what benefits you here, at least in terms of how you've structured this particular warrant article, is in that other community, they chose to sort of go section by section and identify the changes they were making. So it took me a period of time to create the actual special legislation, to submit to the legislature, identifying paragraph by paragraph, subsection by subsection, the changes that were being made. The way that you proposed it, and it's a simpler way to do it, is simply a repeal and replace. You have a new version of a document. You've got a red line version, so you can see the changes that have been made, but what will be proposed to the legislature is exactly that: replace the old version with the new version. So I would hope that that would expedite the process somewhat, but you're absolutely correct. It's not going to be a matter of weeks. It's going to be a matter of months.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Costa. Is there anything further, any other questions on the article, on motion on Article 24?
Can I ask?
This, Ms. Kell.
Veronica Calmetto Road. Again, this is a question for Attorney Costa. So this, other than the statutory part of it, what is the advantage of having a special act charter versus a home rule charter?
Through you, Mr. Moderator, I wouldn't say that there's an advantage one to the other. Some communities prefer the statutory process because it has established deadlines, because it's clear the manner in which the Home Rule Charter Commission is chosen, in the fact that, again, there are some procedural differences in terms of how the charter is brought forward to the voters. But in terms of the finished product that you end up with, either way, you have a charter that you've adopted either through the statutory process or through action by the legislature that governs the day-to-day business in your municipality, regardless of which process is utilized to adopt it.
Okay, so it's just a difference in process, not a difference in the end result.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions on the motion on Article 24? It appears we are ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 24 for the new revised town charter, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it by majority vote. The next article is Article 25. I am going to have to recuse myself as I represent the petitioners in this matter, and I'm going to ask the Deputy Moderator to take over.
Welcome back.
I'd like to take this moment to say that Mr. Barrett and I are both proud alumni of the University of Massachusetts, who is the 2021 NCAA hockey champions. Article 25, to see if the town will vote to authorize the grant of an easement for a right-of-way for the owners of 270 Main Street, Pete's Barber Shop, and their employees, agents, assigns, or tenants to access the rear of the lot at 270 Main Street through town-owned property at 272 Main Street, Memorial Hall, according to the conceptual plan attached hereto, and to authorize the Board of Selectmen to sign any and all documents necessary to effectuate said grant upon such terms and conditions as the Board of Selectmen may approve or take any other action in relation thereto. Is there a motion?
I move that the town vote to authorize the grant of an easement of the right-of-way for the owner of 270 Main Street, Pete's Barber Shop, and their employees, agents, assigns, or tenants across the rear of Lot 270 Main Street through the town-owned land at 272 Main Street, Memorial Hall, according to the conceptual plan accepted hereto and distributed at the town meeting, and to authorize the Board of Selectmen to sign and all documents necessary to effectuate said grant upon such term and conditions as Board of Selectmen may approve.
Any questions or comments with regard to the motion? Yes, Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As I indicated, I represent the Millers, Kevin and Denise Miller. They recently bought Pete's Barber Shop, and they're engaged in restoring the building and getting it fit for reuse. The plan right now is, I think I can say this, to have it, a barber is going to be coming in there. It was the concern that because Pete's has so little frontage on Main Street, that to be able to get people off of Main Street and not to be able to access the rear of the lot, so there would be some parking available for employees there in the building. In order to do that and have the right to do that, I felt it was necessary to approach the town to request that right. All this really does is give them the right to pass through the town's parking lot to their lot, which adjoins the town's parking lot. It would be subject to the Board of Selectmen to work out the details, if you will, but it would, help improve traffic, we feel, on Main Street, and improve parking on Main Street. And it also makes the property, quite frankly, a bit more viable for future use, and would hopefully allow the property to be preserved in the future. So, if there's any questions, I think we could answer them, but I'd like to defer to Mr. Miller if he has anything further to say. But
Mr. Miller?
All we're really looking to do is just to go into the town hall parking lot and just continue onto our own property. I mean, there's not going to be any construction work done on the back parking lot of the town hall or anything like that. We're just looking for permission to enter, to get to our own land back there. And try to relieve some of the, the traffic, curb parking out front.
Any further questions or comments from the floor? Yes, Mr. Page.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My only concern would be, and council can maybe address this, what types of liability issues for the town could be potentially incurred by having a driveway essentially running right up through the town hall property and through their parking lot?
Question comes as part of the discussion on Article 25. Mr. Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So I learned a long time ago to never make promises or speak in absolute. So I can't tell you there's no liability. Certainly, everything you do entails a certain degree of liability. I will tell you that as the previous speaker, or I should say the proponent of the article and the proponent's counsel has indicated, this warrant article seeks to get the authorization of town meeting to grant the easement. That easement would then be a written document negotiated between the easement holder, proposed easement holder, and the town acting by and through its Board of Selectmen, or I should say Select Board now, under the charter. So that document would certainly include, or I would recommend it include, the version of that I would draft would include liability waivers and releases such that the owner of the underlying land, the town, would not be liable per the terms of the document. There would be a release, there would be a hold harmless, there would be an agreement to indemnify the town from any damages that would ensue if the user of the easement were to become harmed, or if property were to be harmed in the course of the use of the easement.
Comments and answer come as part of the discussion on Article 25. Yes, ma'am.
Hi there, Emmy Hoff, North End Road. I first want to say that I'm very excited that you guys are bringing that property back. I think it's wonderful. I did have a couple of questions about the legalities. When an easement goes through, because I know we have one to our, back forest across our neighbors. And again, I don't know the legalities of it. Town public parking, we just got a grant. We're putting up public parking signs everywhere as public property. What happens if we want to shut down public parking for the day to have a festival there? If the easement is now yours, or any buildings that is also on Main Street, is that another process to go through? I don't understand the boundaries of an easement, I guess, and I'm just looking for that. Because I don't get it. I don't understand the clarification I'm looking for just clarification on the legalities of it. That's all.
Questions come as part of the discussion on Article 25.
Thank you, John.
Mr. Shank? Mr. Barrett, you're going to take the answer?
Well, I'll defer to Joe if you want. Certainly, that's a good point, Emmy. And that's something that we haven't had happen very often in the parking lot, but essentially all we're talking about is people driving through the parking lot. There wouldn't be any construction in the parking lot. It's just allowing people that are trying to get to, and it's generally would be maybe 2 people, maybe 3, to get to the rear of the lot, Pete's Barbershop lot. So, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't speak for the Millers, but I mean, if the town's going to have some sort of event or something in the parking lot, it's not going to be a problem to shut it down, the easement. I mean, it's a neighborly thing to do. I mean, you're not going to say, no, I have to have my right to go through there. It's just a general, because it does involve the interest in land. We felt that this is the proper way to pursue it with the town. Many people have suggested, why don't you just do it without, and the concern there would be the fact that, if someday the town decided to put up a fence, then they would be out of luck. So, I mean, this would give them the right to do that, but I really don't see a problem with, occasional events. Certainly, it's not going to, once we get back to town hall again for our meetings, it's not going to conflict with our meetings, assuming we go back to Tuesday nights at 7. But anyway, I hope that answered the question, Emmy.
Thank you, John.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yeah, I want to stand in support of this article and in support of seeing a business refurbished, and I think we need to, as a town, we need to support business. That's been a problem, a big complaint for years here, and that this is an opportunity for us as a town to do everything we can to support this business and to support Pete's Bar. It's a barber shop even. It's going to continue to be the same type of business. These folks are refurbishing the building, making the back lot look a lot nicer. It's been pretty much overgrown. And as a property right next to the town hall, I think doing the work that they're doing would really make it a lot nicer. As it stands, we have a municipal parking lot behind the town hall. We don't have restricted parkings like some larger communities might block access to. Anybody that wants to park behind the town hall can park behind the town hall, and they do often. And I'm sure that Pete's Barbershop and Cliff's and people going to the Common park there anyway. We don't need permission to fill the town hall lot with people going to other businesses and not doing business in the town hall. These folks have asked, do they want to clean up that property and put parking behind parking behind that building? But they just need access, and they just wanted, I like the protective nature, so that some board of selectmen or some town, we can't just put a fence up, so that they're going to do this work and they can access. I think it's going to look a lot nicer, and it's not taking anything away from the town hall. And even if we increase traffic behind the town hall, it's fine. And I think that the kinks can be worked out for some of the things that the town might want to do in the parking lot. But I'm all in favor. I think this is a great idea, and I think we need to take this opportunity to help a town business. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I guess I'm going to speak on behalf of the board here. We do not recommend this to go forward as it is. And let us explain maybe a little bit of our thoughts and some of our reasons. As much as we want to see everything go forward with Pete's, there's only going to be 2 parking spots per the building inspector that will be allowed in the back of that building if we allow that right of way to go through. The biggest concern we as a board of selectmen have, so we protect our town, is if we allow this here at town hall, and it would be nice if it was that way, but every other town property we have within the town of Townsend, we have just set the precedent to allow somebody to have a right-of-way through the town property. I'm not saying one way or the other how you should vote. This is just our opinion. We spent a lot of time with the Millers. We respect what they're trying to do, and we understand. We want to support business. We even said Pete's been parking behind that town hall for 30 years. We had said the same thing, continue the 2 parking spots. We would give up the 2 back spots that Pete's been using. So just so everyone knows, we've tried and willing to do what we can as a community, but think about the liability and think about what the precedent we are going to set. Thank you.
Comment comes as part of the discussion on Article 25. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my only concern is...
Could you identify yourself for the floor?
Lisa Lee, 13 Wyman Road. So the parking is only for employees, or is it for...
It would be, I would say it would be for employees and patrons.
I'm just can see somebody trying to come out of town hall and somebody's speeding past trying to get to the other thing, like a throughway street. And that would bother me if someone were to get hit. And there was one other thing. Okay, Ronnie, go ahead, I'll think.
Yes, Ms. Kell.
Veronica Calmetto Road. I guess my question for you, Mr. Barrett, is the the town hall property is a historic property, and that includes the parking lot. The town asked the Historic District Commission if we could place a bike rack in the parking lot, and we were denied the right to do that for the Shared Streets and Spaces grant, the grant that we just got, $182,000 for the town. We could not put any signage on that property. We could not put a bike rack on that property. And so my question is, have you consulted with the Historic District Commission, because this makes a change to the parking lot, which is historic? Pete's Barber Shop is not within the historic district, but the parking lot at Town Hall is, and you can't even put a bike rack on it because it changes the look of the property.
Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, Ms. Kell. I guess if I could address both issues. First, as far as Mr. Shank stated, as far as it being a precedent-setting thing, I don't know how many other situations the town has where you have something as unique as this with Pete's Barbershop in the downtown area. I don't think it constitutes a precedent. Each case is judged on itself. If somebody else wanted to do this and to come to town meeting and ask for an easement, I guess they could have the right to do that, but it's up to the town, and it's up to the town whether or not they think this is reasonable or not. I don't think, quite frankly, it's not unreasonable. Basically, you're just allowing someone to cross through the parking lot. There's no change at all. I don't see how the Historic District Commission would have a concern with respect to the fact that someone is driving through the parking lot. Like you said, someone would be could just drive in there and park in the parking lot. And instead, they're going to go beyond the parking lot and into the property at the rear of 270 Main Street. So I really don't see the problem myself, I guess.
But you have to get there somehow, and there's grass there now, right?
Again, I don't think well, there's grass in the rear of the lot, yeah. Actually, I think as I think Emmy Hoff mentioned, it's a jungle out there in the back of the lot. So and if I might just finish, the idea is that it's not like they're going to be looking for signage to direct people to the rear of the barber shop. I mean, it's going to be for employees, maybe a patron who knows that they otherwise could have parked in the town hall parking lot, when instead parked in the rear of their lot, and would add to the parking availability at town hall. So
I guess
it's up to you guys. I mean, it's up to the meeting.
One more time.
Okay, sorry. 2 points. I guess one is, do we stand, so Cliff's is there and the ice cream factory is there. Are we going to eventually, if those two properties come and ask town meeting for that, are we eventually going to be creating a throughway through town hall to the ice cream factory? Because why wouldn't Cliff's want parking behind their building? Why wouldn't the ice cream factory say, oh, but then you could go here and you could miss Main Street, you could miss the light there? And is there anything that precludes the people at Pete's from parking in Town Hall parking lot or Jeff Street or the Town Common and walking? So I guess the question is there really a need?
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Moderator, I guess you could come up with a large number of what-ifs. All we're doing is asking to be able to cross through the parking lot to enter their property. I understand the concern about precedent, that now Cliff's will want to go through there, that the ice cream factory will want to go through there. Ice cream factory already has ample parking for its needs. Cliff's, I don't know, would they want to turn the backyard into a parking lot? Maybe, but they already have an access off of Main Street. So, Ms. Kell, I don't think, and I don't know if Kevin or Denise can try to respond to that, but I mean, it seems to me it's a simple request. You can make a lot of concerns and raise a lot of concerns, and that's your right to do that, but it's basically a simple request to be able to go through the parking lot to access the back of their lot. Thank you.
Yes.
Question.
Mr. Cadigan.
I think there's a few unknowns yet in this proposal. Something I don't know is it an abandoned use at this point? Has any site plan review, is there going to be a change of use at all? Or is it just barbershop to barbershop? Is site plan review going to be required? You know, at this point, I haven't seen any plans for the new building or the rehab, so I don't know how many stories it's going to be. It's a bit of a pig in a poke. I think this is kind of premature. I think if you built the building and then asked for the easement, it might be easier to get. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the back? Yes, Ms. Tenney.
Betty May Tenney, 4 Elm Street. I just have 2 questions. Is the barber shop 270? Yes. Okay. Maybe I'm just not reading this picture correctly, but it looks like the right-of-way is between 270 and Cliffs. It doesn't look like it's on the Memorial Hall side.
This is the property line here. This is Pete's right here.
Right, but this is Cliffs over here, it's saying right away.
I'm assuming everyone has the handout that we've been referring to.
This is the right of way here.
It says right away.
This is an existing right of way.
You didn't get-
10 feet wide.
Where are the people distributing the handouts? You missed an important table over here. We have 4 votes.
If I might, Mr. Moderator.
Yes, Mr.
Ms.
Barrett.
Tenney's question, looking at the map, and I'm sorry I didn't allude to the map before, the plot plan, it's just a conceptual plan to generally show where, you know, it would be. And she was looking at, on that plan, it does show that there is an existing right-of-way. But if anybody's familiar with the neighborhood, that was essentially a pedestrian right-of-way between what is now Cliffs and the barber shop. And each owner has the right to go 5 feet over onto their neighbor's property. So it's only 10 feet wide and not really practical. It would require a curb cut at this point in time off of Main Street, and it isn't really a practical access.
Any further questions or comments? Yes, sir.
Move the question.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to move the question. This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of moving the question, please say aye. Aye. Those who are opposed say no. The ayes have it. Do we need another reading of this motion? All right. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those who are opposed, please say no.
No.
The ayes have it.
So I want a bike rack.
We have a quorum here.
All right, we have Article 26, I believe, is next up. And two-thirds?
That's a 2/3 vote.
Can we have a count?
Okay.
Could we have a count?
All right. Can we ask for a quorum? The quorum has been questioned. We ask the counters to come forward.
No, we want to count on the barber shop.
And, well, the quorum, I guess we'll have to do the quorum first. I think that takes precedence. So, would the counters come forward and count the number of people here that are voters?
John, should that come before counting the 2/3 though, because that was voted on? I don't know.
Okay.
2/3 is moved, it's not 75.
Yeah. I think quorum does take precedence, actually.
Does it over, even though we voted on that?
Well, we voted on it, but I think we're going to have to Gene, come back.
Did it take 2/3?
So you need these back, right? Those two, 'cause I did the water department ones.
Thanks, Joe.
We'll do the quorum count first, and then I'll call you back to, well, then we got problems. Yeah, yeah.
Mr. Costa, nah, we're good.
75. Did you guys count up here too? Huh? We count, yeah, the finance committee, the selectmen, and myself. Finance? Okay. Okay, so we have 78 people here. We have a quorum.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask Mr. Rahula to come back again to,
So majority or two-thirds?
right.
One, bring up.
I'm going to ask Jean to take over, and because there is some question on the quantum of the vote on the last article.
I would say are there 7 people who want to challenge the count? Do you have 7 people who wish to challenge the count? Stand and be counted.
Counted 7 people.
I'm not standing.
I'm not standing.
All right, I see 1, 2, 3. Mr. Funnioli, you standing? 4, 5, 6, 7. Bring on the counters.
Acquisitions of real property interests, appropriations for acquisition of real property interests is a 2/3 vote. But this is a disposition. So the one exception to that is not a disposition of property acquired by purchase. It's property that's acquired by tax title or by capable gift that requires a tax title.
From what I heard, they were trying to turn
Lots of public hearings, lots of meetings. It says consideration of $100. Was that nominal consideration that you mentioned? It is.
Fiscal? What I don't understand is why don't you guys even run that? All right, okay.
We already had that.
Yeah.
Okay. It's easier to do it and then ask for forgiveness.
Are we in? All right. All those in favor of the vote on Article 25, please rise and be counted.
Here's my proof. That's all you need, because it's only a majority, right?
No, it's two-thirds. Are you sure?
You double the number of no votes. So before it was 27 to 43, and people were trying to do the math. You double 27. You gotta have more than 54 votes to have a two-thirds vote. Now they say, well, you change your vote, they're counting. Well, we're counting. Are you the in?
Now, let's see what you want.
There's only 69 people on the other one who voted.
He took the pen.
Who did? Is that you, Byron? I do agree. It's only against him. On the other vote, yes.
What do you have for a tally for yes? 16. Do we have the outside counters back yet? It's a long haul from the back of the parking lot.
Logistics are a little different here.
That's I figured. You may be seated. If you are voting no, you oppose the motion on Article 25. Please stand and be counted now. I still got the hearing at least.
Wait for him to come back.
4 outside.
Maybe.
And do you have a tally yet on the inside the tents?
We don't have Joe.
Well, he's not voting if he's not here. What is your tally?
12.
57 voted yes, 16 voted no.
What's that? Who's good at math?
It's majority.
It's majority or two-thirds. It's
57 to 16.
It's two-thirds.
Majority or two-thirds it passes.
They got it.
Yeah,
It is
but
two-thirds.
It's really a majority vote.
Adam said two-thirds, that's what he.
I think it's an interest in land. Yeah.
It's majority.
Is it majority? I thought it was two-thirds.
Okay, let's see if we can wrap things up. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. And we have one more article on the agenda. If I can find my place again. Article 26. To see, due to the unusually high turnover in Townsend treasurer, collectors, and accountings offices, we respectfully request a forensic audit, starting with fiscal year 2016 to the present day. The funds to pay for the forensic audit will come from the town blank fund. Is there a motion? This is a citizen petition? Oh, Joan Savoy, okay.
An amendment to this petition, please, Mr. Barrett. You have to forgive me, I've never done this before, I'm not quite sure how this works. But I have it typed out, and I can read it.
Is it just, you can start with the motion itself, or do you want to make the motion and then amend the motion?
I don't know how to...
Why don't you read what you got there?
Okay. What I've changed it to, because it was a fluid process, is due to unusually high turnover in the Townsend treasurer/collectors and accounting offices, I move that the town transfer from the Stabilization Fund the sum of $30,000 for a forensic audit starting with fiscal year 2015 to the present day of all monies received from Comcast and earmarked for town public access endeavors. Any monies not spent on the audit shall be returned to the Stabilization Fund.
I think the gist of what you're proposing, Ms. Savoy, is a forensic audit. And you did not specify in the article where the money was coming from. So.
I was told I could leave it blank and fill that in
Right,
today.
right. Obviously, it has to come from somewhere. So I'm going to buck precedent and rule that that is in order and within the four corners of the article, of the warrant article. So could you read that again, and could you give a copy to the clerk?
I've given everybody a copy everybody, I put out the sheet with the list of treasurers and accountants we've had over the past
okay,
few
but-
years, and it's on here, but I have this right here. Signed or not signed?
I need a sign.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna, I'll read it again. So it's Article 26. Due to the unusually high turnover in the Townsend treasurer, collectors, and accounting offices, I move that the town transfer from Stabilization Fund the sum of $30,000 for a forensic audit starting with the fiscal year 2015 to the present day of all monies received from Comcast and earmarked for town public access endeavors. Any monies not spent on the audit shall be returned to the Stabilization Fund. And it's signed by Joan Savoy. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded.
Can I explain my motion?
Yeah, comments on the motion, Ms. Savoy?
Thank you. So, please, everybody, just some real quick background, why I'm even standing here. It's like I've been sucked up into a spaceship and I've been spit back out, and I have to kind of convince you what happened while I was up there. So I was, I'm local abstract painter, fully vaccinated, minding my own business, and I was asked to join the Affordable Housing Trust in October, which I did, and I am now the chair of the Townsend Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So I was charged with overseeing the COVID CARES Rental and Mortgage Assistance Grant that the town received, and I had to find a grant manager to administer it and write the memorandum of understanding, et cetera. So I thought I should research other grants and monies that the town receives from other entities, so I did. And I discovered that the fiscal year 18, the town was given a $800,000 community development block grant, and the monies were to be used for income-eligible housing rehabilitation and fuel assistance. I've read every meeting note back to 2017 of every committee and board. There's hardly any mention of this grant in the meeting minutes, and public awareness sessions were not held at all once the grant was awarded. So the town hired a grant administrator. The guy never came to the BOS to explain about the grant or what was happening with it. So the more I read and the more I researched, I got really upset that especially the fuel assistance portion of this grant, that zero had been spent on, given back to the residents of our town in fuel assistance. And thanks to the efforts of myself and BOS member Sexton, and I want to thank Lori Schifrin. We've got some movement there now in the fuel assistance portion and the grant, and Chairwoman Kell and Joe, that we're going to make sure those monies are spent. So, and since this is federal money, there are ways to find out what's going on there and what's happening there and why things haven't happened in a certain way. It's just the grant manager hasn't been the best, to make an understatement. So I'm taking that piece out of this. But what happened was, so as I did more research, I came to learn that Comcast gives the town every year a sum equal to 5% of our total Comcast cable receipts. Article 14 that we voted on tonight, you saw Comcast was giving the town $195,000 for public educational governmental access for this year, $195,000. So I've been reaching out to other people in the town. People have much better math sense than I. And my article's being brought forward based on the fact that we have this, based on the fact that we've had this tremendous turnover in the treasurer and accountant's office and if you see the paper I've had on the table out there, we've had, it looks like this. We've had all of these people come and go in the treasurer and accountant's offices. We have no accountant right now, and the average stay has been less than 2 years. This is since 2013 for treasurers and 2014 for accountants. We have no town accountant now. So what else did I find out? That the exit interviews for our treasurers and accountants are done by their superior, who is the town administrator, and who would also write letters of recommendation for them and/or act as the contact going forward as a reference. So it's like, okay, well, I've been a businesswoman. That doesn't seem so good to me. Then I started reading all of the financial audits that are posted that are now, as of the third week in April, are now online on our town website. They were not before. All of the financial audits and all of the management letters, and I've quoted from them, due to significant turnover in the treasurer's office. In the current year, the town experienced turnover in the treasurer's office. Significant turnover, blah, 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 blah. So we have a problem with maintaining staffing in the treasurer's and the accountant's office. And if you look at the dates when those people came and went, you'll see there's gaps there. So we have all this money coming in from Comcast. In 2015, there was a contract that they were going to give an additional, so they're doing about an average of $150K a year they're giving to the towns. Our money coming back to us to be used, now that we have a community access media TCAM Corp, they're supposed to get this money. And we also were given $130,000 to install the cable at Vinton Pond. And long story short, you know, and I'm not the only one that's been working on this, we have a lot of questions about where this money is, how it has been spent. So there's been over $880,000 given to the town. Here's what we do not know. We do not know what happened to the public broadcast studio that was in the high school. We do not know prior to 2020 where the breakdown of how public access services were previously funded by the town. The Vinton Pond cable was only recently completed. It took a long time. There's a bill due. So the question here is how was that $130,000 given to the town several years ago actually expended? Was it used solely for related expenses, or was it used for other things? Where did that money go? Simply, we're not sure in what manner all the Comcast money has expended. We want to know where the money went, how it was used. It can't be discovered by combing over town financials, and the residents who have been asking questions cannot get answers. This is partially due to the fact that turnover in the accountant and treasurer's office is so high. I'm working on it, Cindy. I'm wrapping it up. Thanks for your forbearance. Anyway, I did contact several municipal auditors, the list given to me by the state of Massachusetts.
Mr. Savoy, make sure you're addressing in the microphone.
Sorry, I'm sorry. And I got one estimate back. They said $5,000 a year per year because they have to use the top accountants, and that would be $25,000 to $30,000 to audit the TCAM funds. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Savoy.
I mean, not the
comments?
sorry, not the TCAM funds, the Comcast monies.
Okay. Okay, comments come on the motion on Article 26. Anything further to be said? Any questions? Okay, it is before you. Ms. King, are you rising to a...
I am right, since nobody else is.
Okay, Ms. King.
I know we all want to go home, but I'm against this article. I don't understand again, I'm not too happy with taking money out of stabilization, as I said earlier today. And especially, I'm concerned that, and no criticism towards those that have been trying to find money. I know that they've worked very hard in trying to figure out accounting and budgeting, and it can be it can be a hair-raising experience to try to figure this stuff out. And I'd like to ask them to just look a little bit harder in working with the boards and commissions that we already have and the people that are trying to do that as well. We don't have an accountant. I think maybe one of the reasons we don't right now, there's nobody, they want to wait until this article gets out of the way so that nobody has to deal with the forensic audit. Forensic audit is generally done when you think there's a crime being committed. It's not usually done if you're just trying to account for money. We get an audit done every year. I looked on the website and 99% of the audits and management letters were there. We just changed over our website, and I know that our last annual audit was just completed in March, and everything seems to be up there. And no offense to anybody, but I was attending some of the meetings on Zoom that the folks were having with the audit committee and the board of selectmen, and I think there was some misunderstanding that there were questions like some folks didn't know that we had an audit done every year. So I think it's really about learning how the whole thing works. I don't think that there's any money. Nobody's absconded with the money. Our turnover in treasurers and accountant has nothing to do with people helping themselves to any money. We don't have any money missing in that regard. Some of it is, as I was talking about earlier, or asked about it earlier in the budget, that the pay has gone down for the accountants. So they were not paying them enough. And I know that some folks have left because the grass is greener. They've gotten significant raises when they've gone on to other towns. So it's not about needing a forensic audit. And I think the cable access thing, we've been trying to get that straightened out. We're trying to get that going for years. And the thing with Vinton Pond, I don't know how many more years that's going to go. But I don't think
Cindy,
a forensic audit, I'm sorry, I know we all want to go. But I don't think a forensic audit, move the question. I don't think a forensic audit is what we need to do. I think more.
All right, let me explain. You have to ask to be recognized to move the question. Ms. Lewan?
Hi, I'm on the board of the newly formed TCAM, and I just want to say we have questions as to where money is because there was $130,000 designated to do the Vinton Pond expansion, and then we were presented with a bill for $94,000 that we were supposed to pay when the money was given to us for that purpose. And now the money has been whittled away for all kinds of other things. So I support Ms. Savoy.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Schifrin?
Laura Schifrin, 28 Barker Hill Road. First of all, I'd like to state to everyone, we do have an accountant. Is that not correct?
No.
We don't have an accountant? Who's the kid that you just hired? That's a treasurer.
The kid.
He's great, by the way. Everybody should go in and meet him. Okay. And second of all, we've had the same auditor for more than 10 years. So fiduciary responsibilities of an audit committee is to have a different auditor every 3 to 5 years. So there's some things going on that we really should have taken out of our hands, get an analysis of, and get answers to questions that have not been coming forward. Okay?
Fine, there's nothing wrong.
Fine,
Okay.
there's nothing wrong. Right.
Gentleman there.
That would be me. Move the question.
Mr. Page, okay. The motion to remove the question, the cutoff debate. All those in favor of moving the question say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. It's unanimous. All right, we're ready to vote on this Article 26. All those in favor of the motion on Article 26 for a forensic audit, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
I think the ayes have it. I'm not sure if that's a two-thirds?
Stabilization.
Oh, because it's coming from stabilization, right. Well, it didn't sound like two-thirds to me. It did sound like a majority, but I'm going to say that it's not a two-thirds vote, unless someone wants a standing count. And I don't want to get into the habit of doing that, but we got 7 people that want to see it counted.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we have 7 people counters. I hope you're still here. Please come forward.
John, you want to try a voice again? Yeah, just try your voice, Just let's try it again. See if that works.
All right, before we engage the counters, I'll try for the voice vote, but please don't just try to out-yell their neighbor. Voice vote, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
I can't tell. The counters, please come forward, and all those who are in favor of the motion on Article 26, please stand.
How many standing votes did you get?
A ton, whereas I thought it was a quick.
I really thought we would be done at least by 4 o'clock.
Yeah, me too.
You know?
I was thinking 6.
Really? Oh, you got your finger on the pulse then, Chaz.
I initiated the crock pot, so 6 o'clock was a good time for me.
I haven't figured out dinner yet.
I'm going up to dinner.
Are you?
Okay, standing vote. $23 yes? Okay. Okay, everyone sit down that's in favor, and everyone who is opposed to the motion, please stand.
How many yes, John?
41. Nine noes, okay, thanks, Greg. $21. 30. Yep, okay, all right. The vote is 41 yes, 30 no, a 2/3 vote being required. My rough math is that that does not make a 2/3 vote. So the motion fails. Mr. Page. You want to dissolve, you mean?
I'm going to dissolve.
All right, motion's been made to dissolve the town meeting. Is there a second? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Annual town meeting's dissolved. Thank you, everyone. You did a great job. Go home and get warmed up.